Okay, folks, welcome to the Australian Open Diving Championships. And, of course, this is the World Championship trials as well to see who gets qualified to go to Singapore in July and August. We've got the men's 3-metre semi-finals on. And co-commentating with me today is Andy Banks. He's done 5.5 Olympic Games. Andy Banks can explain what the half Olympic Games is after the dive. But our first diver up for the 3-metre semi-final will be the youngster, just 14 years of age, Archie Forsythe. His sister's quite the cliff diver as well. Just worked with her on a Netflix production.
It's a bit of a diving family, Johnny.
It is. Archie's a big fan of his sister. He does look up to her.
Archie, of course, is one of the youngest ones in this competition, so we'll see a little bit less degree of difficulty. And he's trying to stay up with the senior divers. And that's not a bad start from him, really. It's a little bit Archie on the end, but I think he'll be happy with that as an opener.
Now, what do you think about Archie in terms of long-term? Obviously, there's usually that transition point where you start thinking about, okay, am I going to be a 3-metre specialist or a 10-metre specialist? I mean, the way things are going, what are you thinking for Archie? What's in the future for him?
With the youngsters like this, because they're still quite small, it's easier for them to be more gymnastic on a tower.
Yep.
So he's in the tower event as well. We're seeing him later on in the weekend in his competitions there. But he's obviously fairly useful on Springboard, and of course it's good at this age to be doing a mix of both things.
Yeah, and I guess you can get a lot of that acrobatic, let's call it air time, so a lot of time doing your front 3.5s on 3-metre. Obviously, you can't do those reps over and over on 10-metre. James Wood from Queensland, just 17 years of age. In between up, nice.
That's a pretty good start from him as well. He's got good shapes and good form in the air. So although he sometimes doesn't go quite as high as some of the real big guys in this competition, he's actually pretty useful, and he'll be happy with those scores, I think.
I mean, being just 17 years of age, I think there's obviously some physical development and strength to come as well. So he did say that he's a big fan of Jack Law, so that's someone.
Of course, he's using the 2.5. He's using the 2.5 pikes, which is a little bit lower DD than the 3.5, which we'll see from some of the better divers.
And obviously that will come with time.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course you don't want to do the big dives and then not score very well on them at all, because the maths doesn't work then.
Exactly. So a very young field. We've got Lachlan Abbott. So he's just 18 years of age, very young. Last year was the champion on 1-metre springboard at the World Aquatics Junior World Championships in Brazil. So that's quite a good feat, but he's not looking like a young man now. He's looking like a fully grown man.
No, he's getting there. And he's done well with the judges there. It was a little slow on the start. He was a bit steep on that takeoff. So the somersault spin was a little bit on the slow side, but he held on well, got it upright. So, again, he'll be happy with that, I think, as an opener.
Yeah, I mean, lovely flexibility, beautiful pike position. We've got Max Lee from Singapore. It's good to have the international community out here with us.
It's always nice to have a few extra divers in the field.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there's always been that great camaraderie between the Japanese team and the Australian team as well. Cassiel obviously liking to dive with Rakuto.
That's the one. It's nice that the international community does that in diving. A lot of sports don't do that, but diving's pretty friendly.
Do you find that,
Absolutely,
from your experience talking to other sports?
Always congratulating each other, and big pat on the back. The coaches' corral's the same, and the gloves are off in the competition, but then it's all buddies again. It's great.
Yeah, we find that in the cliff diving and the high diving community as well. I mean, there's just that sense of togetherness and relief, you know what I mean? You go through a lot as a diver and as a cliff diver. There's a lot of nervous pressure, a lot of nervous tension, and I think all of us coaches and athletes understand what it's like to go through that, and I do think that's helps bring people together, and that's why
you really
do
see that in the cliff diving. I've seen on a few occasions I've been watching you out there, Joe. It's pretty good.
Speaking of watching someone, Benjamin Wilson had a fantastic competition on the 1-metre springboard event, so taking gold several days ago. Big confidence boost for Benjamin.
Little bit pulled over there, so he won't be as happy as some of those others up for his first dive there. Of course, all the dives count in this. There's 18 dives across the prelim, the semi-final and the final. And if you get a miss, then any advantage that you had leading into that is going to be diminished. So that opens the door a little bit, maybe for Hudson to extend his lead a bit.
And I do like the format in the sense that all scores carry over from every single competition, prelims, semis, and into finals. I mean, that really does demonstrate, okay, who is who is diving consistently.
It's all about the consistency.
And
Absolutely.
is this a similar kind of, let's say, qualifying format that you'd find in England and other nations? Is that pretty consistent?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's something that Steve Foley brought in back in the day, and he's been around the world to a number of different events. But I think it works really well because it does give you the most consistent divers at the end of the day, which is what you need if you're trying to get through an international prelim at the highest level. Hudson also maybe a little bit nervy on his first dive in this semi. A little bit backed off, slightly slow and opening out slightly early. But it's not a disaster, so the scores on the board are still okay.
Hudson definitely had some pretty funny information in his biography, that's for sure. He said, what makes you mad? Bad diving. What makes you happy? Good diving. Very sophisticated answer for Hudson. Quite a character. And there's Cassiel Rousseau sporting a new hairdo and a new height in the diving arena. So,
talking of characters, of course, Cassiel Rousseau, very well-known character around the world. Not usually on this height, though, as you say. 3 metres, a little bit of a new one for him. And he's a bit overexcited there. He's pulled it long on the first one, so he also won't be overly happy with that. It'll be interesting to see how the judges have knocked him as well. So
why? But why is he doing 3 metre? What's the rationale?
Well, he does do 3 metre a little bit as part of his training program. He enjoys it, and I think it takes the pressure off a little bit of him having to be one of the top divers in the world on 10 metre. So I think he just wanted to come in and give it a go, really.
I kind of like that, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, I mean, back in the day, let's say, so 20 years ago, it was pretty common. Everyone did 3 metre and platform. But it's very rare that you see people being able to dive well in both
It's so
disciplines.
tough at the top now. It's so tough at the top. Doing both is very tough. There are still one or two that do, though, and very well, He's
quite a nifty little kid, Archie. Archie had to do a bit of relief coaching for 80 and had the chance to coach him. And he's very, very malleable in the sense of his brain, very pliable, works hard to make those changes. He's got great little aerial awareness. And like you said, with his sister, I mean, Stella's a fantastic high diver. I mean, clearly acrobatically inclined.
I remember working with Stella back in the day when I was over in Victoria when she was Archie's age.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's great to see her coming out from that development and moving into high diving and being successful. So,
did you always think that she might have had that inclination to try out the cliff diving? Was always a bit more?
No, not really, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's something that happened as she matured, I think. And then obviously she saw what was going on with the high diving and thought, right, I'm up for that. And good job she did, really.
Yeah. And I think we can have a good transition between, well, let's say coming from diving into high diving and sometimes coming back into diving as well. But it's not necessarily for everybody, the high diving and cliff diving scene. Lachlan Abbott, here we go. So 407C, stepping up the DD, 3.4.
So the DD obviously is really important if you're going to try and get the maths working really on your side, but you've got to do it well. Let's see what Lachlan's got in the tank. Oh, now there's an example, you see, where the maths is not going to work for him at all.
No.
Because he's backed it off, he's gone too slow, he's not had time to get out on it. And of course, 3.5s. See there, 35.7 as a score, that's really not going to help.
Break down from your technical point of view, just sort of what happened and where it went wrong.
As his arms moved through, his shoulders moved back behind his feet, and to throw for inward somersault rotation from that position is just really difficult.
Yeah.
Particularly when you've got 3.5 somersaults to get round in 3 metres.
And you go into that panic mode, you bury your chin, and then that's it, then you go past the point.
Game over, unfortunately. But early days still.
And young. I mean, this is part of his development, right? It's
Absolutely,
like being a pilot, so you need to earn your stripes, right? You've got to get your flight time. You've got to stuff up some landings. Not too many.
And not too badly, hopefully.
Squeaky clean from the
It's
Singaporean.
a pretty nice dive. It's just a little bit rolled round on the other. We'll see that on the slow-mo. He gets the dive. He spins great, this guy. A lot of these guys really spin very, very well.
Yeah.
But he hasn't quite got himself straight on the end of it. He could have really nailed that dive, and it's a little bit head down and slightly piked through.
Yeah.
Hence the score's not quite as high as they should have been there.
Maybe
really.
could have just saved with that little pike entry save underneath the water a bit too. But anyway, that's being picky. Easier said than done. Easy standing here commentating about it, but a whole other ball game doing it. Next up, we've got Benjamin Wilson. Now, Andy, what's your approach with Springboard? Obviously, it's one of the most frustrating elements of diving for some of the athletes as well. I mean, particularly, let's say, in the women's field with the hop hurdle. I mean, what's your advice dealing with those types of hurdles, the hop hurdles.
It's all about consistency. And, of course, consistency means doing lots of numbers, but making sure the numbers that are done are as correct technically as possible. If you practice something really well with the right technique, then that will be ingrained. Of course, if you practice it badly, then that's going to be ingrained, and then you're in all sorts of difficulties.
I mean, I had a long chat with Mitch Geller, and he was talking about just trying to get the athletes to back off the power, like 80%, 75% power, just to get a bit more consistency. Maybe sacrifice a tiny bit of height, but hopefully you get a more consistent landing. I mean, that's different trains of thought. I
like to call it the 3 bears from Goldilocks. So you start off with a bit of a baby bear setting the hurdle set. Then you develop it into the actual hurdle step. And if you get that right, you can daddy bear the takeoff.
Gotcha. I'll use that analogy. I love it. Now, it makes sense, though, doesn't it? First, baby hurdles, but get the technique right.
Absolutely, yeah.
Get the sequencing right.
But this game is all about that technique and getting the technique right with all aspects from the takeoff through the shapes and come outs and spotting into the entry, obviously, which is very important. So this dive's just too easy for Cass.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I thought he would be doing front 4.5.
We'll see him with a 4.5 later on in the programme.
Oh, he does have that there, yep.
We'll see him doing that. And he certainly won't be happy with that. Although, did go a bit over for 7s, but he's...
But I tell you what, I am pretty impressed. Obviously, he's a 10-metre diver, and they tend to be a little bit, let's kind of call it slightly more leaner in some regards, but he's still managing to press the board pretty well.
Yeah, well, he's strong and he's very capable.
Yeah.
So...
and he's got that...
Well, you can see the skills. He's a very skillful, world-class diver. And he can show that off on Springboard as well as Tower. That's a real shame there from Archie. He's got some great shapes. His balance was really good. It looks smooth in the air. He just left it a bit late, and therefore it rolls over on the end. And, of course, the judges give that a bit of a wallop.
And this is where, I guess, a little bit hang 10 on the end of the board, but I guess a lot of time in the harness, a lot of time trying to get the aerial awareness and the come out right. Are you using what's your thoughts on using the spotting wheel? I mean, obviously, you've got a static harness, though, that you've been using in Adelaide.
I've got something that we actually developed in the UK, and I brought it over here, and we built one in South Australia. And it's really useful because the kids can spin themselves, and they can start using and developing the correct come-out actions. The coach can get in there and show them what it is, and then leave them on their own for a bit, practice a few more, come back, readjust, and repeat, if you like, and repeat again.
And I think the key with that type of technology is being able to use it easily and quickly and efficiently. So I kind of like that idea.
And not having one-on-one all the time, because then you miss the rest of the squad.
Correct.
So.
That's what I found hard coaching is sometimes you need to put someone in the harness, but then, of course, all of your energy, because for safety reasons, of course, you've got to focus on that particular athlete. But then, and then there's a...
Of course, the other athletes don't like that. It's too much. Absolutely.
But it's necessary to do the harness work. I do love watching Adi and Jianing. And Peng was incredible, too, obviously, with Tom Daly. I mean,
absolutely. Well, my favourite is the water harness.
Yeah.
And you can do so much work on there, particularly for 10-metre dives. Whereas if you do that on 10-metre, you're going to break them. You can do lots and lots of volume, get the spots right, get the come-outs right, and build the confidence. 2 C's, I call it. Confidence next to consistency.
Confidence next to consistency. I do like that. So, but you really rate the water harness in terms of just getting that's much more, what's a real experience, very visceral, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. And
in the water.
Apparently, Joey, I'm getting a little bit older now, so I actually find it a lot easier. Because you've obviously got a little bit of water gap between the board and the water. You don't have to hold them up all the time.
But at the gym, you need a bit of muscle, mate.
Well,
you need a bit of weight for the harness.
But I might get injured.
Oh, yeah, that's a problem. Okay.
That's pretty steady.
Yeah,
like you see again that speed of rotation that these guys can put together. It looks great in the air.
Yeah.
And on that one, he had pretty good control on the way out. Judge is still not quite liking that it's not absolutely aligned. So I think maybe they're knocking him a bit from the splash point of view, but not a bad dive.
And back 2.5 pikes seem to be still pretty common even in the men's field now. I mean, it's very difficult to get the back 3.5. We've seen Jack Law do it very well, and then sometimes it doesn't always go to plan.
Sometimes not. But I guess, top end of the game, if you want to be on that podium at Olympic level,
has to risk a little bit, right?
You do, definitely.
Loving the height on Benjamin, right?
Yeah.
Riding that board
so strong,
beautifully.
So he can get that board pushed down really well, and of course that's going to send him up in the air, give him a bit more time in the air, but not quite getting that alignment again, rolling through slightly on the finish. Of course, the judges will always hammer that. They like a nice aligned entry with 0 splash, As soon as you lose that alignment, you're going to kick water up.
I know, it's a shame because everything was really looking great, wasn't it? Just went by a little bit on the end, but I feel like if he could have held that line, could have picked up some eights there, which makes a big difference in the end result.
Definitely. And the more you can get those big scores coming in, it just nudges that overall score up, starts to put pressure on the others to stay with you.
Now, Andy, obviously you've done 5.5 Olympics, so we all started somewhere. I mean, who were your mentors in the sport? Who helped you develop technically and let's say mentally as well to be able to know how to deal with the athletes under pressure? My
last coach actually switched the lights on for me. He got me really keen and interested in the science of the sport. He taught me about biomechanics. I was like, bio what? And he also got
bio-nutrition?
He got me coaching some of his youngsters as well, which I got really enthused by. So he was probably my main mentor, I think, getting me involved in coaching in the first place. Then, of course, I did my degree, and then I did what I call head sitting, which is going next to the best coaches that you can find and bleeding them dry of information.
Poaching them for information. But that's
absolutely.
But that is a great thing, and that's that inquisitive mindset. And I do think as a coach you have to be inquisitive, like, why this and why is that not working? Or why would you do it that way? Why would you sequence it this way? So I think being inquisitive is important.
Absolutely. If you think about it, the education systems are not fantastic, so you've really got to do whatever you can to develop that knowledge base.
Yep.
And speaking to people with experience is the best way of developing that and moving your own skill set forward. Certainly with a young Tom, I was asking people from around the world what they were doing with their really good youngsters. There was a young lad from America called Thomas Fincham at the time, and he was diving great, and I got hold of his coach and did my head sitting with him, found out what he was doing and how he was developing. Archie's getting his entries a little bit better now. Yeah. Slightly rolled by, but better alignment.
But again, just 14 years of age. I mean, yes, he's doing easier dives, but still such valuable experience to be against all the big guns. His peers in the field of diving.
He's trying to make his actions as sharp as possible, and it's showing. It's good. It shows. As he develops, I think he's going to be a useful diver. And of course, he's good on 10 metre as well. We'll see him later on this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. But you're right, the mentoring side of things, it's so important to have someone around you that you can ask questions.
It's so essential. It really is.
John Ning, for example, he's helped me over the years as well. Just some of the information that he's got. And 80, everyone, all the coaches, I think we're very lucky we've got some of the world's best coaches here, right on our doorstep. So
we pick each other's brains as well. We travel a lot to various competitions. So Chava, 80, Matt, we're always talking about X, Y, and Z.
And sharing
and A, B, and C as well.
Speaking of ABC, got the sequencing just right there. I like that.
Very good job of controlling that.
And Andy, in terms of spotting, I was a big fan of just that little bit of a head tilt just as you're coming around just to try and improve that spot on the water. Is that something that you believe in?
Spotting is absolutely key. As a diver, I wasn't very good, Joey, to be honest. And I wasn't taught spotting until right at the end of my career. I thought that you had to launch into the abyss, and if it didn't hurt, it was a good dive. And as soon as I realised you could actually see what was going on, it makes a massive difference. So, again, teaching it from the word go so they never know anything different is a really important part of getting this game right.
I remember I was on that cusp of that sort of old school and new school, and old school meaning, okay, you just get up and do back 2.5 and sort of hope for the best, and without spotting, it was just terrifying. You just had no idea what was going on. Later, when I actually got into the cliff diving, the high diving scene, I actually came back and learned how to spot, and I was like, man, what was I missing?
I think it's probably a good idea that you did, though, Joey. You really don't want to not know what you're doing off that
the
big,
twisting, right?
big one.
Twisting, you feel it. It's a different thing, but spotting, obviously. But now we're starting to see some crazy stuff in cliff diving scene, back quads, back quints, and some people are talking about 6-tuple. Anyway, back to 3 metre. Benjamin Wilson. Oh,
look at that entry.
How's the come out?
Yeah, superb.
Wow, I have to say, I'm impressed with Benjamin's diving at the moment. A little bit of a fault on that first dive, the back 2.5, just rolling it over. Your thoughts, Andy? That was, wow.
He's happy with that. I think it's actually a little bit steep on the takeoff. And if we see it in the slow motion better, teeny bit of a crimp in the knees, but he disguised it really well, and his come out and his finish was great. So the judges rewarded him, which is great. So
I do like that confidence in that come out. I mean, he came out early. I mean, that was due to that fantastic elevation he got from the board. Speaking of elevation, Hudson Skinner knows how to press the board as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, back to back. 305B. Let's see how Hudson fares.
It's not as good. It's a little early on the break. He did a good job of pulling it round and getting it on his head. So damage limitation was good and still 6.5. So
damage limitation, I like that.
He'll be happy with that, I think.
And actually, that's a good point about mindset. Is like no matter what happens, no matter the hurdle, no matter what happens at the top, you've got to fight for the end of the dive.
Absolutely. It's not over till your big toenail's gone through the water.
Yeah. The springboard can be very unforgiving. I mean, it's in the nemesis.
Even the best divers in the world. Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's one of the bigger dives we're going to see in this competition. Reverse 3.5 somersaults. And Cass is right up in the air. Really, really easy. But he's overcooked it a bit on that come out. Works for him really well on 10 metre, but it wasn't quite happy for him on 3 metre.
Well, that's the hard thing when you're doing these dives. I mean, he's obviously, as he's kicked out here, just got a good old yank and just pulled it. He
knows how to save it through a bit in the water. So
you can see
that could have been a lot worse than it was. So very skillful again. He's showing it off.
Yeah. Got some good little squiggles going on.
Back to the baby end of the field. So it's not going to be long before he's doing that piked, I think. He's making that tucked almost too easily.
Yeah.
A little bit buried on the end, so he's flicked over, and of course the judges will hammer that. But he's getting it up in the air, and he's finishing it above the board, so...
Well, it's tough for these youngsters as well. We've got to remind ourselves as well, like they're doing school. You know, they're doing these morning sessions, afternoon sessions, and school. I mean, that's a question for you. I mean, how do you go about balancing that? It's got to be different for each athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they do a lot of hours, but they do get used to it from a pretty young age as well. So that's a great one from James. He's really stepping up and trying to.
Little hang 10, but I'm pretty impressed with the way that he pulled it through, got the splash down, got the rip. Well done, James.
Slightly forward. Confused the judges a bit, and you're right, because it was a bit on the hang 10. Some people rewarded the entry and others claimed the fact it was down the pool a little bit.
Okay, front 3.5 pike for Lachlan Abbott.
Oh, such a shame. The top was brilliant. Right up in the air, good shape, easy spin, and he's just tucked his head down a little bit on the end as well.
But also, I think, with more experience, and I also do find for men, I mean, I tend not to find I call it like their man strength, like when they get in their mid-20s, they sort of shift into a slightly different kind of strength category from what I've noticed over the years as well. So,
and, of course, the consistency starts to develop more because they've got more used to trying to get this plank of metal under control.
The aeroplane wing, Andy Banks, that told to me by the engineers of Duraflex, and that was by Ray Rood, who was a aircraft engineer with the wings of the aeroplane, and all the divers were coming over to his house and complained about how the wooden diving boards were terrible. And he said, hang on, hold on to my beer, went in the shed and grabbed himself an aeroplane wing and literally bolted it onto the side of the pool, sandpapered it up, and that is the story.
And look what it's done to the sport.
Yeah.
The revolutionised it.
Yeah, but it's a true story. That's what the engineering and the technology is based on for these springboards, is aeroplane wings. I mean, they flex about 8 metres. I mean, some of these Boeing jets. So that's the technology, folks. Bit of history for you.
Well, Ben's certainly going to want to fly on this next dive. Sorry, couldn't resist the pun.
Oh, forgive the pun. What was obviously the new Fulcrums came out, and was there much of a difference? Was there much getting used to it for the divers, or?
I think negligible.
Okay.
I think it made a big difference to the bank balance of Duraflex. The whole world changed them around. But
astute as ever, Andy Banks. No, because that was the situation, right? Everyone had to who wanted to host major competitions had to have the latest form.
Well, also if you want to compete on that equipment, then really you've got to train on that equipment.
Yeah.
So not just for the competitions, but all the major training venues as well have had to.
Yeah, but in all fairness, I mean, technology has to evolve and upkeep, and at some point, there has to be a certain standard. You've got to go forward.
I would say there's definitely so far, and they are fairly new, but there's less issues of maintenance with them. So that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. And we're in round 5, penultimate diver in round 5. One more round to go after this. So after Cass, let's have a look at the leaderboard and see how everyone's faring.
He's just flicked it over there on the end. You've got to be so solid on that come out for this dive to stop it from doing that.
I mean, in terms of the direction, your thoughts on it? I mean, in terms of the distance from the board?
I think you look at the way he's extending through, it's a little bit too far away, which is also not going to help in terms of that momentum that's going to carry on going at the end.
Yeah.
But he could have stopped it a little bit better. He didn't need to pull it. You see him just gesticulating to his coach there about coming out with his chest.
Yeah.
I'm demonstrating it in front of no camera, but you know what I mean,
Yeah,
Joe.
I know. We're following Andy.
There's a 4.5.
There we go.
That's why Cassiel Rousseau is Cassiel Rousseau. That's pretty impressive.
He waited for the right moment, that kick and shoot right for the very end.
Absolutely. Big DD, 3.8. Look at that, 81.7. It's
we've got to work on that scruffiness of Cassiel. We've got to tidy up them toes. We'll put a bit of pressure on Andy Hinchliffe. No, but I mean...
Yes, but it's pretty useful, that 81 points.
Okay, pretty commanding lead for Cassiel Rousseau. Of course, he's got those large or high DD dives. Hudson Skinner sitting in second, Benjamin Wilson third. Usual suspects.
Not a million miles, are there? You know, just keep in mind we've got one more dive in this round, but we've also got the finals to come as well. Now, very skewy here. He mistimed his twist and then found the check really difficult and the whole thing cartwheeled on the end.
Yep.
Hence the very low scores there. You'll see it on the replay.
Let's have a look here. We'll take us through it.
He's very late on that twist with his head buried and he never really checked it out properly. So, round it goes on the end.
Probably a little bit nervous there at one point. Obviously, once that head buries down the shoulder, sometimes you get a bit like, well, where am I? It looks like he's going for that grab quite early, doesn't he?
It's a slightly wide check out with his arms there, but it worked. It checked it out. Just maybe a little bit ungainly on the end for the really high scores.
James Wood actually has done quite a bit of breakdancing in the past and gymnastics as well, so he's very well skilled. Yeah, just look, he's grabbing for that bit early. Needed that little check out, didn't he? Just to square it off a bit before the grab. So we've got 2 expert commentators here today. I shouldn't be doing that. I should be leaving it up to Andy.
All the help I can get.
Yeah. Double out. Let's do it. Double in, sorry, I should say.
It's an interesting one, though, because the twist sort of isn't at the beginning or at the end. It's almost like a double middle.
No, but it's obviously most of the athletes choosing... Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, just a quick... Yeah.
So because of that, I think he just gets a little bit stuck on the somersault, and therefore the repike and getting it round at the end was a bit more difficult. He definitely either wants to go earlier or later on that twist.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of approaching it, isn't it? Pretty tidy for Max Lee.
Just unusually losing his feet just a little bit in that. So normally their leg line and toe point is really good. And not as much on that one as we've seen in some of his other dives.
And how's the Singapore team in general in terms of their diving program? I know there's one of the British coaches moved over there. And
they're improving. They're certainly taking it a lot more seriously now. They've got a proper program over there, and they're training much more, and they've got better coaches moving over there and working with them. So we're definitely seeing an upskill from where they were a few years ago.
Okay, 3 more divers to go. Benjamin Wilson, final dive. What you thought?
Well, the
switch off to the side of the board, maybe. He had a...
It looks like he held back a little bit on the twist. It was slightly slow motion going round on that. So, again, a little bit difficult for him to square it off properly and get it down on the end.
Let's break it down. Let's have a look at the hurdle.
He is a little bit off balance there, isn't he?
A little off to the side. Which always makes you a little bit like...
He's got that bit of a pike finish on there again. So I just really don't like that when it kicks the water up. So let's see if Hudson can extend his lead with this last dive. Again, the 3.5 somersaults. So pushing the DD again a little bit. And the maths is the important thing here. You know, it's okay having the big DD, but you've got to get it round properly in order to take advantage of the big score.
They're notoriously tough dive in with 3.5s.
We've got that big plank of metal staring in the face. It's not easy when you've got to stay in balance over the top of it.
One would say intimidating.
It was a little bit back. You notice the shoulders just moving that little bit behind his toes again on the throw, which is a lot of dive if you're not right in balance over that board. So 49, he's not going to be overly happy with that.
Now with Cassiel, he's obviously not considering competing in 3 metre in the World Championships in Singapore. So obviously Cass's placing will be pushed to the wayside. And then second and third into consideration. Am I right?
Yes, so we're looking at 740 for the two lists so far. Oh, not bad. It's a little bit head down. Again, the fluidity of that movement pattern is just great. You know, he looks so good doing these dives. So strong, so fast.
It's definitely handy coming from that sports acro background as well, where he's doing obviously the boost, but not only stuff to his feet or acrobatic manoeuvres to his feet, but those 2.5s to handstands.
It's a great example of how talent transfer can work for people that have come from an acrobatic style sport, gymnastic style sport.
Oh, with high diving, we're really looking forward to seeing like a high performance trampoline expert come into the field. I would love to see some of the full falls and doing the twisting action a different way. 80 hinge lift, breaking everything down for Cassiel.
Well, it sets it all up for the final.
That it does. But definitely some good diving. Definitely impressed with those up-and-coming athletes, the youngsters, coming up through the ranks.
Well, if we look at 2 and 3, they're just squeaking underneath the 740 qual standard at the moment. But it's almost like they're starting from scratch with 1 point separating the 2 and 3 there. It's going to be an exciting final for those two.
Yeah, we're cheating. We had the scores on off-screen here. Now we've got it on-screen. So there's Cass's score, of course, but as Andy Banks was alluding to with Hudson Skinner and Benjamin, very tight, 738, 737. Neck and neck, pushing each other.
Absolutely. Yep. Makes for a very exciting final. That's what we want.
It is. Press indeed. So, Andy Banks, thanks for joining me. That was a great chit-chat. Great to pick your brain about
pleasure as always,
Mr. I hope we get to do it again. And we've got some other co-commentators coming up. So we'll have Madison Keeney for the men's 3 metre final.
Yes, the wonderful Maddie.
You know what I mean? She can give a bit of stick to Cassiel. Bit of fun there. And then, of course, we'll have Lily Foster as well. Women's 10 metre finals B and A.
Now Lily Fast. She's joined the realms of the married.
Oh, there we go. Congratulations for Lily. All right, folks, we'll just sign off for a little bit. We'll be back shortly with the next competition. Stay tuned.
Thank you,
Joe.
Joe.
Ciao. Okay, folks. It's the Australian Open Diving Championships. I'm here commentating with Lily Foster. Of course, it's the semi-finals for the women's 10-metre event. Lily, great to have you here.
It's great to be here.
Lily's competed overseas, represented Australia in numerous international events. Definitely pretty exciting to see the talent that we've got in store for the women's 10 metre. And I have to say, I mean, just in general, I mean, looking at the field, I mean, there's a lot of great talent coming up the ranks. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, this event definitely is looking stronger and stronger by the year. You know, New South Wales obviously have a massive range of platform divers, and those females coming through are, just full of talent. So really exciting event coming up.
Well, it's funny when you go to these competitions and then sometimes you're looking around and you're like, wow, where did they come from?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like they're just sort of coming out of the woodwork. So sometimes if you're in another state and then you come to these competitions, like, where do they come from?
Yeah, and who knows? You know, they may be coming back from injury and you may not realise they were gone, but when they come back, you know, they're better than ever and coming back firing. So, yeah, it's really exciting to see.
Our start list going in reverse order, so the lower score going first and the higher scores going towards the end of the round.
That's it.
And Maggie Gray in third position currently. Millie Puckeridge second, and Ellie Cole leading the charge. Some really big scores there. Ellie Cole with 357.4.
Yeah, that's huge. I think if you're cracking, 300, that's a pretty solid effort. But to go beyond that is, a really solid start for those two for sure.
So 5 rounds of diving in total.
Semi-final. Diver number 1, representing New South Wales, Chloe Gow, 107B.
And how long's Chloe been on the scene? Speaking of newcomers.
How old is she? She's still quite young. I remember she was still a young and upcoming diver when I was still diving. But here she is throwing a big dive. Solid start.
It is a solid start. I mean, when you were diving, I mean, obviously there's a certain type of dive that you like to do first just to kind of shake off the nerves. I mean, what was that for you? Was it always something front or was it inward or back?
Yeah, always a forward entry to get me going for sure. It was either an inward or a front, So Chloe's kind of gone with that same approach there. You know, she's seen the water and she's attacked it. A little bit open in the pike shape, but she's done a really good job to find vertical there.
So it wouldn't have been reverse 2.5 for the first dive.
No, I did love that dive though.
Did you?
Yeah, loved it.
I used to love watching Wu do that. You know, just kick down, hold that fly.
Beautiful.
Nice dish. Phoebe James.
So Phoebe James, she's coming back from some injury and illness. So seeing her back on the scene, it has been really encouraging, and she's looking really strong.
Wonderful leg line. I mean, I just love the handstand. I mean, that was elegant, beautiful toe point. And in terms of the injury, I mean, what's she been coming back from? What's she been battling?
I don't know the details. I think there were a few things that, she was battling outside the sport with her body. But, she's shown great control on the arm stand there. And, the judges want to see that. So it's interesting to see how people go coming back into a competition scene and how they go with their nerves. And, seeing her in the prelim, she didn't waver really at all. She was just consistent.
Yeah. I mean, this is a bit of a common theme talking about at the moment. It's being able to, it's one thing being able to dive well in training, but of course, it comes down to the pointy end of the spear and being able to put it together. The other thing we talked a lot about with 80 is the reset button. And sometimes things don't always go to plan, right?
Yeah.
And Charlie Petrov, so return to sport. She's part of that program at the moment, obviously going through a pretty significant back injury.
Yeah.
But gold medalist in the women's 10-metre synchronised diving, Melissa Wu, so she's...
Yeah, huge achievement for Charlie, and, that time of her career was obviously a peak for her, and, she had to take some time to heal that back up, and, Harriet Jones we see there, she's under the guidance of Harriet, who's doing an amazing job with Charlie, getting her back into the sport and competing again.
Yeah, and let's put it into perspective, just 17 years of age, she's not even an adult
young.
yet, so I think although she's gone through that injury, there's time to, for her to come back into the sport, but
Absolutely.
Do it in increments, making sure that you monitor the injury and obviously get the strength and conditioning up to scratch.
Absolutely.
Sophia Knight, with her arm stand, did have a bit of a balk, and
she did. She won't want to do that again. Now she's showing off. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, great stuff from Soph there. Yeah, obviously, like you said, had a bit of a wobble in the prelim, but showed the judges right there that she's more than capable of holding a nice press handstand there. So she's done a really good job and popped it on her head, slightly over, rotating on the bottom there. But
I've always found her attitude, though, definitely very resilient character.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, I think, and it shows that, I mean, she's competed well in the past, bronze medalist in the World Junior Championships in 10 metre. That was in Canada, so fantastic result there.
Always has a smile on her face, so it's contagious.
Bit of a history buff, she says. She's been reading her bio.
Love a bit of history.
I didn't like it.
No, we didn't. We don't have to. It's all good.
No, but learning about history is the key to the future as well.
Ainsley Quinn from Singapore.
Oh, how's that?
Yeah, that's a great start. See, again, that front entry, you start with a dive that you're confident with and, can give you a little confidence heading into the 5 rounds. It's amazing to have our Singapore community here. Obviously, World Championships are in Singapore later this year.
Beautiful pike. I mean, how's the form and drilling the entry. Very neat and tidy divers, the Singaporeans, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Very clean lines. That's
beautiful
what we like
start.
To see. Talking about the community, I mean, it is amazing, isn't it? I do feel like there's a great sense of community within here in Australia and internationally. I mean, everyone supports each other. Everyone understands what it's like to be on the board. It's scary stuff sometimes,
Yeah, whether an athlete or a coach, everyone knows what it feels like. And, like you said, it's just one big happy family. Obviously, like Andy said before, the gloves do come off in competition, but, then we're all one big happy family afterwards.
Yeah, you do got to get in the zone. You're out there to compete for yourself, but quite often you're fighting your own demons just to get the dives off.
Yeah, and
one thing doing these dives, another thing, getting it right in competition.
Absolutely. Hannah looks like she's in the zone. Strong takeoff. She's slightly tucking her chin a little bit on the entry, which just makes her roll slightly over on the bottom.
Replay, yeah.
Obviously, we get the privilege of seeing the slow motion replay. The judges, it's a split second and they chuck their scores in. Again, she makes it around fine, just gets to look in front for the water a little bit more there.
A random judging topic here, actually, like aerial skiing. I was looking at the way they judge it. They have judges for takeoff, flight and entry, separate judges, and they add it together, which I just thought was quite an interesting approach for a different acrobatic sport. Anyway, I'm not saying that we're going to do that, but...
change it up, Joy. Why not?
Okay, thoughts on that?
It looked a little bit slow for Ruby. She had a pretty solid prelim. Probably not her best diving that I've seen. Just you see in the slow motion here, just slightly forward, maybe throw slightly late. She's obviously done a really good job to squeeze as tight as possible and hold on right to the end. But yeah, just dropping slightly short, 5s, 5.5s across the board.
And it's hard dealing with these competitions where sometimes you're diving in the morning and then coming back in the afternoon as well and monitoring energy levels for some of the athletes.
Yeah, it's definitely been a longer day today on the schedule, and these athletes have to do the best to manage those things, and they work hard with their support staff to navigate what that's like for them case by case.
I think that's part of the rationale for doing it like this, is to get prepared for Singapore.
Absolutely.
Where you're going to have those morning sessions, afternoon sessions, and then obviously there's a lot of conversations around about, okay, well, what do you do between competitions? Like what's your advice to the athletes there? And obviously you're trying to tell them, like, don't go out go-karting, what I mean? Get some rest, and then, but nutrition, diet, you've got to get it all right, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a holistic view on it all. Laura won't be too happy with that dive just then. Really strong jump, but slightly over-rotating on the end.
Similar execution, I would say, from the prelims.
Yep.
So a little bit frustrating for the 29-year-old.
She's battled a lot of injury, Laura. We can definitely come back to that when she's up again. But we've got Lauren Flint, also from New South Wales, front 3.5 pike.
Very strong contingent from the New South Wales portion of the diving community.
Again, great start. There's a bit of a pattern here, just slightly over-rotating on the bottom for a few of these front 3.5s. But again, strong takeoff from Lauren. She's a very powerful diver, very athletic coming out of the platform.
And you were a 10-metre diver as well, though, right?
I was, yes. That was my specialty. I wasn't doing much on the springboard, that's for sure. But
how are the wrists?
The wrists are fine. Yeah, it was. I was pretty lucky with injuries. Sore back every now and then, but that's not uncommon.
It's normally the wrist, isn't it, that start going away with a 10 metre at one point, like zip.
You'll see a lot of these divers have either their wrist taped or wearing wrist guards, so, to protect the load coming down from 10 metres high.
One of the bright stars in the future of diving.
14 years old.
2024 world champion from last year. I mean, impeccable style, great bubbly personality.
Yeah,
loves a bit of a sing.
She loves to sing, loves to dance. Yeah, Maggie was at Junior Worlds last year, like you said, in Rio de Janeiro, and absolutely smashed it. Got the gold medal in the end. But the whole time, absolutely just having a ball.
Yeah, I do like her attitude when she comes to training. Always very bubbly, light, ready to learn, ready to listen. I mean, there's that. That's one of the great things about her as well. It's just that capacity to listen, absorb information.
You have to be teachable, right? It's a scary and it can be an unsafe sport. It's risky. So you've got to be moldable, you've got to be teachable, and you've got to be in the zone.
All right. Millie Puckeridge, second currently, behind Ellie Cole.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. She finishes 3 somersaults above the 5 metre. She's just so powerful. She's so fast.
This is what we were talking about earlier. Was like you were saying that you think she's one of the most powerful in terms of vertical
athleticism.
Jump.
Her vertical jump is phenomenal. Look at that height coming out of the platform.
You are right. I mean, that literally popped off the top.
Yeah.
I mean, that connection with the feet and the toes into that rotation is fantastic.
Yeah, she's really impressed me this week.
It was that combination of I think, genetically very, very powerful, but obviously that connection with the toes, with the throw, brilliant.
Yep. Following Ellie Cole.
Okay, let's see how Ellie Cole fares. Let's compare the dives.
Again, super powerful, super speedy in the connection. Again, slightly over-rotating on that entry. Maybe a little bit too much adrenaline at the start of the competition, so hopefully, she can get that under wraps as the comp goes on.
That's the tricky part. It's true, isn't it? I mean, sometimes, you're diving well, you're consistent in training, and then you get to the comp and you just overcook it.
Yeah.
But I guess it's better to overcook it than undercook it.
Look, I think the judges would prefer to overcook it than undercook it, that's for sure.
Okay, sneaking our way into the second round, so 5 dives in total. Millie Puckeridge leading the way at the moment. I'm sure Ellie Cole's a fierce competitor.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's looking to come back in the next round.
Oh,
nice.
Beautiful. Look at that kick. She held that line. She kicked with confidence and, dropped it into the water nicely.
Yeah. And we're talking about, particularly with aerial awareness and spotting, I mean, Andy and I were chatting, but there's obviously a new sort of system that he brought back from England. Is this something that you're using, this static harness?
The static
I don't know what
harness.
it's called.
Yeah. So I think, Andy was explaining that you can kind of put an athlete in that harness and, without having your whole attention taken away from everyone else, they can pop themselves in the harness and, they can do some back 2.5s, back 3.5s, front somersaulting as well. And, you can keep an eye on them every now and then to make sure that, they're not creating any habits that they shouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's a really, really useful tool, and we've been using it quite a bit down in South Australia.
I mean, how do you generate that rotation if you're on your own then? Is it? I mean, your feet touching the ground?
It's kind of a little swing back and then
you're
nice,
into it. Okay, I gotcha.
But I think once they get the hang of it, then they're like, can we go on the harness? Can we go on the harness? So it's a thing that they're liking, but it's also very useful. Yeah.
And is this part of, obviously you're trying to do this sort of part of your regular routine with your coaching, with your
every
program?
now and then. I think it's also really useful with spotting as well, and we're doing that with some of the younger, talented kids coming through the system and making sure that there are no gaps in performance, especially with spotting. It's really hard to teach spotting later on in their careers, so making sure you get that right early on is really important.
And that sequencing. Now, speaking of, obviously, you're kind of fresh out of diving, only about 3 years or so. I mean, transferring from being an athlete into being a coach, I mean, what was the thing that was surprising to you? That being on the other side of the fence, let's call it.
Yeah, I think being an athlete, it's quite an insular world. It's about your performance, your individual performance, and you kind of are aware of what is going on behind the scenes, but probably not as much as when you first get into the role. And, I've been absolutely humbled and so grateful to be on the other side now. But yeah, it's not just one person you're looking after, it's multiple. And, you know, it's an absolute privilege, but, you know, there's also pressure and nerves that you're navigating as a coach as well. Knowing how to navigate that and, it's something that I've been learning the last couple of years as well.
What surprised you the most when you very first started coaching?
Oh, that's a great question. I think just how nervous I got in my first little state competition. I was just so wary of the little kids competing in the state comp, and I just wanted to do well. But, you know, Andy, I've had as my mentor the last couple of years, and he's taught me about being the duck. You know, the paddles can be going underwater, but you just remain nice and calm on top of the water. So my duck has gotten better, less somersaulting on the water, but...
and I think we always need a bit of nerves, right? Whether you're an athlete or coach, you need just a little bit of it. But obviously, with experience and time, you just stay calm. But it's an interesting point. Like, I mean, I know what it was like when I first started coaching. But yes, you get so invested in them.
You do.
You know, you spend a lot of time with them, working with them, so you want them to do well. So,
yeah, absolutely. You know, they're super passionate about it, and I think you carry that passion with them at the same time. So learning how to navigate that so you don't project too much on them emotionally is important. That's a really important skill as a coach. And but it's been an absolutely incredible journey coming the last couple of years.
I mean, you see those montages of all the athletes, or the coaches, I should say, like in the carousel. You know, when their diver does well, I mean, it's pretty funny watching, isn't it? I mean, they're right there with them.
Look, I don't think we're as bad as some of the swimming coaches. They're full on. Dean Boxall. What a guy. But
sorry, what's the swimming coach's name?
Dean Boxall.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, my God. I loved it. I mean, we almost ripped the handrail off.
So animated.
Check them bolts after you rip that handrailing off.
Get some maintenance on those.
All right, back to some diving now, eh? So in with 3.5.
Yeah, high DD, 3.2. Yep. Again, Hannah came away with us in Dresden last year, competed in the Junior A platform event, came away with a bronze medal.
Fantastic effort. It's always been a stable competition in Dresden, right? It's been a bit of an annual affair.
Yep. Oh, great stuff, Hannah.
What about inwards? You like inwards?
I liked inward, yeah. You know, inward 3.5 is definitely more of the higher DD than inward 2.5 pike. So, again, you know, it's all about that math and what is going to be the best strategy moving forward. But she's done a really good job to execute that well. She dropped it pretty vertical, maybe slightly piked in the hips going through the water, so just not completely finishing that line going through the water. But, you know, 7, 6.5, pretty solid.
Yep, definitely the most important competition of the year, of course, here on the Australian calendar, leading up to the World Champs. It must be hard for some of the athletes, actually, who did compete in the Olympics, and then imagine that feeling. Obviously, you've come off the Olympics, off that big high, and then it's like, okay, I've got to get
I know Ellie Cole's talked about that really openly, about her journey coming back. She's debuting at Paris Olympics, and you know, she had to kind of find her motivation and passion again after such a high in the sport. And, you know, I think the more that people are talking about it, the less, you know, less stigma there is around it, and the more we can normalise these feelings. And it's really common for high-performing athletes to feel that way.
It's a really good point. Because, I mean, you're on the world stage, you're competing in these competitions, there's lots of energy and there's crowds, you know, you're on a high, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're coming away from these competitions. I experienced that too. And then you come home and it's almost like you're on the world stage, the next thing you're washing the dishes and you're back to reality,
You
know, and it can bother you.
It's a beautiful thing about sport. In the moment, it can feel like the whole world, and it's so magical. That was pretty magical, that dive. Yeah, she's done a great job to come back from her previous dive. And, you know, we talk about compartmentalizing. You know, her last dive wasn't as good, but she's put that in a box and she's moved on. And, you know, back 2.5 pike for Laura has always been a pretty consistent dive for her. And she's shown you why.
How's the toe point? How's that toe point?
Everyone,
twinkle toes. We have two twinkle toes there.
Matt Helm is our coach. You can't expect anything less than a beautiful toe point.
Oh, man. Watching him get silver in the Olympics was just incredible.
Phenomenal diver and phenomenal coach. It's been really great to, sit side by side by Matt and really learn from him over the last couple of years. But, form, I know he's really pedantic about form, and, you know, it shows in results, absolutely.
Pretty nifty in the harness, the water harness as well. He's a gun.
Another 407. Yeah, really great jump off the platform. The tuck is slightly open, so it's just dropped in speed as she's dropped through the air a little bit, dropping slightly short into the water. You can see a bit of taping on Lauren on the elbow. You know, her wrists are taped, whether, you know, she's been battling some injuries as well. Not sure, but...
Well, it's about, I think, I just got to do the math. I mean, I know, like, in cliff diving, it's 85 kilometres an hour. I think it's pretty sure it's 50 kilometres per hour.
Yeah,
by the time you're hitting the water.
I think you can get up to 60, I've heard, in some cases. So, look, it's a lot of load on the body. And, you know, in training, we need to be really conscious of how many reps we're doing so that we're not overloading. But, you know, heading into a major competition like this, you got to, you know, find your sweet spot with that for sure.
No, you're great.
Huge dive. Oh.
Nice work.
Impressive. You know, I know she had a bit of a wobble in this in training a couple of weeks ago. And
what do you mean by wobble?
You know, it dropped short, quite short in training. And, you know, she rocked up to the pool and she had a bit of a bruise on her quad. But, you know, it's not phased her at all. She has come into this and she's put that in a box and she's, already... She did a great job in the prelim as well with that dive. So being able to manage that stuff at that age is really, really impressive.
And is this a bit of a theme that everyone's talking about, how to bounce back when things don't always go to plan? I mean, this is obviously part of the conversations you're having with your athletes, and obviously there's this camp that you're running at the moment as well.
Yeah.
Has this been a bit of a common theme?
Absolutely, yeah. We have the National Talent Squad camp here with us in Sydney, and made up of 4 divers from New South Wales and 2 from Queensland. And really beautiful bunch of kids. And what they're doing is working around their training and, you know, performance under pressure and reset strategies and mental performance. And, you know, these things are really important. And I think, you know, it's starting to evolve more and more as we go into the sport. So teaching them at this age is really important.
Let's have a look at Millie's dive.
Beautiful handstand.
Yeah, So 470-40 at the moment. Still performing very well across the board. But next up, Ellie Cole, to round off round 2. Wow.
Beautiful.
I mean, just overcooked it a bit, huh?
Yeah,
I mean, the takeoff looked phenomenal to me.
Her starting position is absolutely beautiful, and I know that is what the judges are looking for as well. You know, getting into that starting position, it's strong and it's confident. Look at that pop. Finishing a double at the level of the platform.
I mean, in terms of connection, off the top, the takeoff, I mean, that's textbook stuff. Yeah. In my opinion.
Absolutely.
I mean,
no, you're correct. You know, if you can show a pike out on that dive, that goes just to show how impressive and how powerful you are. If you can flourish a little pike out on the end.
I was going to say, just a little bit early would have come out, and then she's got that dialed in.
would have had it. So Millie leading.
She's 18. Nothing.
Yeah, she's got the world ahead of her, Ellie. So we go into round 3. Millie still in the lead. Ellie closely following behind. Another inward 3.5 from Chloe. Look, it's a big dive for a little girl.
Yes, it is. I mean, it takes a bit of time. It takes, as we were just talking about before, an enormous amount of power to get the rotation off there. I mean was inward something that was, how do I say it, like one of the dives that were harder for you? Or
I mean, inward 3.5, you know, without that connection at the start, it is a hard dive. So you need to make sure you get that connection. And so I really loved the inward 2.5 pike. It was a little bit lower DD, but you know, you could put it down, and it's all a math game in the end. And I think it's impressive that Chloe's doing a dive like this, but you can see the technical difference between the starts of maybe a Chloe and a Millie. But you know, there's so much time, and she's still so young.
Do you miss diving? You must get up there every now and then.
Right? I'm really happy coaching.
No, there does come a point where you sort of turn it over. I remember at one point, it was once I finished my cliff diving career, I was like, no, I'm done.
Yeah.
I knew it.
if the time is right, the time is right. And it's about giving back to the sport as well. And I think you need to draw a really concrete line in that so you can, be present for your athletes. And that's something I've been really intentional about. So, yeah, the time was definitely right. And I'm still really grateful to be involved in the capacity that I am.
And we're grateful for you to be part of the sport. And everyone's story is different, right?
Absolutely.
Everyone, your career finishes a bit early. It doesn't matter. Everyone needs to find their own little niche and their own way of doing things.
Yeah.
Some people hold on for a long time in their careers. That's fine as well,
It's impressive. I mean, Melissa Wu, 5 Olympic Games. Oh. Talk about that. That is just legacy, isn't it?
And how old was she when she did her first Commonwealth Games? I think 13.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Little Mel.
Yeah.
Huge.
And that's why it feels like she was in the scene forever.
Yeah. Oh, she was.
Yeah. Well, yeah, literally. But we just forgot how young she was when she started.
Yeah.
And then, after 4 Olympics, I'm like, oh, man, you're still in your 20s?
Yeah. So Charlie, obviously her first 2 opening dives were lower DD coming back from an injury, but now she's heading into her bigger optionals, her inward 2.5 pike. Really solid effort there for Charlie. See on the replay.
And how many competitions has she had coming back after injury? I mean, this is pretty early days.
Yeah, it's definitely early days. Obviously, you had a few state comps, I think, back in Victoria, to get the mojo back. But yeah, I think it's textbook how they're going about it and making sure there's the right people around her as well to help her through this. As long as she's enjoying it, that's the main thing as well. Yeah. There's no point doing it if you're not enjoying the process.
No, I've gone through back surgery myself, so I mean.
Have you? Yeah, how long ago was that?
I mean, a long time ago, but it was just, it's not about me, but I understand, what it's like to go through surgery, go through the rehab and do the comeback, and it's just not an easy task.
Yeah.
But, I had to get in surgery. There was just no other way around it. And some of the athletes have to do that from time to time as well.
Absolutely, yeah. You've got to manage our bodies and... Oh, just Soph right there as well. She has done a great job on her inward 3.5.
Another strong takeoff. I believe she's part of the college diving programs in the States.
She's in the college system. Yeah, so at University of Carolina, I believe. Had a few...
Pretty common thing for a lot of the athletes to do that, though.
It is, yep. So one of our South Australians, or 2 of our South Australians, Macy Wheeler's also in the college system, and Jackson Beaushire in the college system as well, and they seem like they're enjoying it, enjoying their study.
Hawaii,
she did, she's having a great time.
If you're going to pick somewhere,
Hawaii,
you got to go to Hawaii.
Yeah, what a shame.
Doing it tough.
I know, he's suffering for sport. Yeah, really solid. Obviously a little bit lower on the DD for this arm stand, back double half twist, but if you can execute it well, it's definitely going to work in Ainsley's favour there. She's got good hands as well, can get an absolute entry on her.
She's been very consistent, hasn't she? I mean, no major misses. I didn't catch all of the divers in the previous rounds, but she's looking very consistent across the board.
Yep.
And that's what counts.
Coach will be happy with that.
What was it like going to your first international competition as a coach?
Oh, I was packing it. Yeah.
I love the honesty.
Look,
but everybody is. I bet, you talk to 80, you talk to everyone.
And that is what is so important about having people around you that are going to keep you accountable, that are going to continue to help develop. And, I had Susie Collins pull me over and was like, your duck is doing somersaults. You need to control your duck. And then from then on, it was absolute breeze.
Less coffee.
Less coffee, yeah.
That's what I have to remind myself. Big days, I'm like, no, 3 cups of coffee, just one.
It's a bit much. I don't think you need any coffee, Joey.
I know, I'm a bit hyperactive. I know. Loving the kick out.
Yeah. I reckon that was better than what she did in the prelims. A bit more consistent, a bit more vertical on the entry as well. Just got to work on that shape in the air. Obviously, it's a little bit open, a little bit chest up. You want to see a nice round tuck, shoulders and knees. See just there, you can see it in the replay. Again, we have the luxury of the slow motion,
exactly,
Joey. But
we can be picky about it.
I know.
Easier said than done, though, isn't
Absolutely, yeah. You should be happy with that. 6.5, 7.
So you guys sort of experimenting with a bit of skill acquisition stuff as well? Because I know, like, for example, Chloe Kerr was up in Brisbane working on Cass, like, why are his legs splitting apart?
Yeah.
A, is he lazy? B, is he,
Can we fix this?
Yeah, going through the checklist of things like, why is this happening? And She did some amazing work with rip entries as well, actually filming underneath the water, like trying to understand, okay, what's happening with the hands, what's happening with the swim, all those kind of things.
Yeah, Chloe's been brilliant. We in South Australia, we have Sian based at Sassy, and with our new facility, our new building, she has something called the Movement Studio. So
that's cool.
She's a super creative mind, and she thinks very much. It's not about thinking outside of the box. It's about expanding our box so that we can, really just get creative and have permission to be creative within our sport. So she's been a really massive asset to us. And she did her PhD in diving, Sian Barris, years ago. Came up to Queensland and worked with the coaches. So, that was an experience for her, I can imagine.
I do think that's the future, getting into that skill acquisition space, and because obviously sometimes it's difficult for the coach to work on one thing that's just missing, and you've just got to set yourself aside to really focus on that one part to improve it.
Oh my gosh.
That was gorgeous.
Judges, reward it.
Come on, judges.
That was bringing it up. Beautiful. Yeah, that leg line is just absolutely stunning, and dropped it into the water really nicely, finishing the double way above 5 metre.
I mean, let's break it down to all three parts. The jump, went after it. You could just see that extension coming off the platform into that tight tuck.
Beautiful. Like I said, back and reverse for her are absolutely solid, and you can see why she's put them in the middle of her list. If she has a bit of a wobble at the start, she knows she can come back and put some solid dives down.
And what I liked about it was just that confidence in that kick. It was so sharp and dynamic.
Beautiful.
Reminiscent of Matt Helm again. You can see that influence in his coaching.
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe.
Yeah. I reckon he could still get in and do some diving now, and he would beat us all.
We had a bit of a play, actually, last time I came down to Melbourne. Had a bit of a briny session. He was very good. He was a good briny specialist.
Beautiful. Solid from Lauren there. Back 2.5 pike, slightly shouldery on the takeoff, so as she came out, it just didn't quite stop as well as she wanted it to. Probably the right spot to come out, but just slightly over-rotating with those feet on the bottom.
I still think back and reverse rotating takeoffs are still one of the dives that most people struggle with, just really understanding where the water is. Of course, everyone's sort of spotting now, but still understanding that come out, how hard to pull through or not. Lily Puckridge leading the way, 470. Ellie Cole not far behind.
Both
7 points
dive.
behind, let's say.
14-year-old Maggie Gray, arm stand.
Speaking of toe point, she's up there with Laura. Lovely arm stand position, just
Beautiful.
A little bit of just going by, huh?
Yep. Yeah, doesn't struggle to make it around, She just got to learn how to control that start a little bit more and show a really nice re-pike on the bottom. But, yeah, great control. The judges love to see it. Just slightly looking underneath on her entry, so just sending some water up as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well spotted there. Yep. So back an 80 up there,
Back an 80 up.
I know what I'm talking about. Okay, round 3. 2 more divers to cap off round 3.
207. So Millie is the only one in this competition who
this is huge.
is performing a 207, a 3.3 degree of difficulty. Again, look at her jump off the platform, Joey. It is impressive.
Wow. Man.
Over-rotating on a back 3.5.
Jump less and you won't go over.
Seriously.
I mean, there is pop and then there is pop, right?
She just keeps working on that spotting and just confidence with that kick. That is really impressive.
And, and I think obviously a bit more water harness time, a bit more experience just trying to dial it in. I mean, maybe like you were saying, maybe it's a bit of competition, adrenaline.
Yeah,
that extra bit of power and extra little bit of height. But again, let's put it down to this. I mean, it's split seconds to get it right. It's just splitting hairs, for that come out.
Yeah, little margin for error. Ellie Cole 6.243.
So obviously Millie over-rotating there, so a chance for Ellie Cole to slide ahead. Steady as she goes into the handstand. Textbook.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
That handstand was stunning, and I think yeah, the judges want to see that control at the start and that really strong vertical line, no wobbles.
What struck me was just the distance from the platform as well. You know what I mean? Not letting it drift too far out. And I felt like that was helping her control the end of the dive as well.
If the kip is too late and too down, then it's really hard to control the entry. So it
gets whippy, doesn't it? It gets that sort of whippy low kind
just
of
too
effect.
much momentum and angle on takeoff. So she's, textbook there. She's popped it up nicely and got some good hands on it as well. Round 4.
Sometimes have a bit of a break from watching diving, spend a lot of time dealing with the cliff diving community, but it's great to come back and just see the level. I mean, it's a real joy to watch. Disappointing. Yes.
Disappointing. She won't be happy with that one. As you can see in the replay in a second, Joy, you'll see her sit back slightly in her heels and her bum's just gone back a little bit slow on the pickup. Again, she has so much time on her hands. She's still really young, and it's all about getting competition experience and working on an S&C program and getting nice and strong. But yeah, she'll be disappointed with that one.
All part of the journey.
Absolutely, and it's nice to see those girls get around her as well. Smiles all around.
Just earning her pilot stripes. Getting some flight time in. Every now and then you have to have a bumpy landing. Not too many.
Oh, beautiful. Her pike shape, phenomenal. Again, like I said before, I'm really impressed with how Phoebe is managing competition nerves. It's been a while since she's competed at this kind of level. And
how old is Phoebe? Do you know? I don't know.
She's born in 2006.
Okay.
I'm not a mathematician.
No, off the top of my head, I'm not going to dare do that. I'm a word person. I like talking.
Really? No way.
A little bit too much.
No, not at all.
No, but I have to be very honest. Very impressed. Graceful, smooth kick out.
Yeah. She definitely knew where that was.
Charlie Petrov.
One of her higher DD dives for Charlie.
'17-year-old, finding form step by step, building up the confidence dive by dive.
That's all it is, right? It's just, these coaches work so closely with these athletes to come up with a plan, and it's about sticking to that plan and not rushing ahead. When you could get excited about Charlie's progress, but it's managing her body and managing her previous injuries as well to make sure it's just one step at a time.
And sometimes it's the having to slow the athlete down. Sometimes the athlete like, oh no, I'm ready. I want to keep pushing forwards. It's almost like got to grab the reins and hey, let's just let's not do 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Let's put 1 foot in front of the other and keep going forward consistently.
But it's great to see that Charlie is back in it and enjoying it. So again, really confident on the kick on some of these reverses, Joey. They've seen their spots and they've just shot their feet out. So I think Soph will be happy with that one.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching that. Nice, when you really know where you are, that nice sharp kick. It just goes to show that all that aerial awareness training is really paying dividends, whether it's the system that you're using, whether it's the harness. How do you go in the harness? You doing much of the normal harness?
Do a little bit of harness, yeah. The dry belt is something that I've been doing quite a lot with the littlies. Water harness is the next step, so I'm going to have to
I tried water harness once. It's not that easy. Well, yeah, Zhaning was teaching me one day. But
Zhaning is brilliant.
He's the harness master.
Went up to Brisbane last year just to get a few tips from Zhaning. So he absolutely incredible.
The thing that I sort of learned from him as well was just that taking his time, just working on one thing, don't rush. Don't be patient.
Yeah.
Patient is the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
And he'll just look at that one thing. Okay, just pay attention to the arm circle. Pay attention to the hole at the top. Boom. Fix that.
And
Move
I think
on to the next thing.
he's had an impressive career, Zhaning, and he's worked at that high level, but it's absolutely amazing to have him at the lower end of the pathway where you can have that really fundamental knowledge and technique, and you can be patient, you can take your time, and those kids coming through the pathway in Queensland, you can see their form coming out, and that is typical Shining style, and it's good to see.
It's basically getting a Olympic standard coach in your pathways program.
Yeah, I would not be complaining with that.
No, I think he didn't really want to travel to all that much, he was saying. So he said, no, I'm happy to work with the youngsters.
I think he's done his fair bit of travel in his career.
Yeah. I mean, it was obviously silver medal with Brittany.
Yeah.
In the Olympics.
Yeah. Hannah, 6-2-4-3. Again, she's been super consistent these last couple of rounds.
Right there, staying in the pocket. But it's definitely tough having to carry all the scores across prelims, semis, into the finals. I mean, that's the true test, right?
Yeah, it's a
true
game
test
of
consistency.
Yeah. You know, these girls are fighting for their spot at World Championships, and, you know, consistency is really important. So, Hannah's doing a really good job in these semi-finals.
We go with Ruby. 2.5, 1.5. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Pretty
think she'll be
solid,
happy with that.
Yep.
She got into that twist nice and snappy at the start there, and she had plenty of room to put on her head, maybe slightly open in the pike shape as she re-piked. So just slowed down slightly, but the top was solid.
Deceptively hard dives to coach and to do these ones as well. Just the connection of obviously getting the arms through and making sure the legs drive through as well. Like, I mean, for me personally, I struggle with that. You know, some of the legs don't always drive through, and that's it, and then you're done.
You've got to get going at the same time. You know, Cassiel does an incredible job. You can see the 202A coming off the platform before he even is in his twist, and that's absolute textbook. Platform
patience. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, twinkle toes, in with 3.5. Got a journalism degree. Got a bit of commentating herself.
Yeah, she'll do a bit on this weekend. Yep. She'll be on the commentating.
She'll be with me.
Yeah, Laura grew up doing ballet, so, you know, she's had that fundamental form from a really early age, and I think that's where that beautiful toe point has come in as well. In with 3.5, one of her higher DD dives.
And speaking of ballet, I mean, it used to be a very common thing. I mean, Greg Louganis did a lot of dancing and ballet and introduced that into his training program, but sort of forgotten about, I feel, for a little while. And then A.D. Hinchliffe was...
Yeah, he's brought it back.
With the Queensland Ballet.
Yep.
Right? Like, we're talking about the high-end stuff and putting... Yeah, and Cass said he really enjoyed it.
They did a 6-week program or something in Queensland, and they really enjoyed it. I remember when I was diving, we had a ballet teacher come in, and we did a long program with her as well, and there's many transferable things to take away from that sport, and they're super athletic.
Particularly that posture, you know what I mean? So obviously you get a bit of that dipping of the chest from the gymnast, and obviously there's that very vertical upright posture with the upper body and then squatting down. But Cassiel was saying it was sort of really relaxed him as well.
Yeah. I love that. Maybe he can do another 6 weeks.
Doesn't quite fit the bill as a ballet dancer, does he? Oh, Mr. Squiggle, I call him. Okay, Smith short.
Bit short. Again, the confidence on the kick was good, but I think just slightly anticipated it a little bit early.
Perhaps just lacking a little bit of that rotation just to kind of keep it moving as well, I think.
Yeah, probably a little bit more reach at the start. You can see she slightly bends her elbows a little bit early coming off the platform, so those levers aren't probably being as used as well as they could have. You know, it didn't hurt her too much with the scores.
Maggie Gray.
This is a newish dive for Maggie.
Didn't look new. It looks like she's been doing it for 10 years, Maggie.
It's world class, isn't it?
14 years of age. Let me show you what I got. Got to be happy with that. Keeping the toes pointed. Snappy kick. Yep. Make sure the arms didn't come through too wide either.
It's beautiful. Nailed it.
And 80's like, that was all me. It's all me.
I think he'll be happy with that one.
Okay, Millie Puckridge, penultimate diver
See if
Just
she
round
can
4, we're getting towards the end of the competition now. 407C.
get back some scores from a previous round.
Wow.
Again, that pike out is impressive on an in with 3.5.
I mean, I just got to say it like this. Just makes it look easy.
Yeah, she does. That's what her diving is. She makes it look effortless.
Look at this. Bang. Look at the come out. Needed to come out earlier.
She's got so
I mean,
much
just a
room.
fraction, but I mean, it was cruising.
Yeah. Look, I think she's going to take away some really useful learnings in this semi-final, and hopefully she can carry them over into the final. Just refining those entries a little bit. Her takeoffs are textbook.
Yeah.
She just needs to adjust slightly.
I dare say it's, in terms of the takeoffs, though, it's in the international field. It's very rare to see a takeoff like that. Speaking of jump, that was a nice jump as well.
These two are incredible. Their vertical jump off the platform is next level.
The sheer level of patience as well. You know, all of us as divers have experienced that feeling, I just need to rush. Everything pushed through the platform, great extension.
Yep. All good things take time, Joey.
That they do. Like good coffee, don't rush the coffee.
Don't rush the coffee.
Get your beans right, grind them up
You got to
nicely.
have good beans, otherwise you're screwed.
So Ellie Cole 591. Yeah, definitely sort of pushing ahead of Millie there.
Yeah. And Mackie Gray third, 565. As a 14-year-old, she's doing a really good job to keep up with the big guns there.
14 points, behind Millie. Okay, fifth and final round. Let's get into this.
Great control on the handstand.
Shame, I mean, I thought that the start looked fantastic, right? Very well balanced, very well poised, but just
was looking really confident at the start. That kip timing is just slightly out of time at the start, so it's not quite getting the connection into the twist. But again, like I've said for a whole competition, this is all experience for Chloe, and she's up against some really talented, world-class divers, and for her to just be in the mix is an achievement.
Yeah, I was saying this with Andy as well. We've also got to be mindful of the fact that they're still in school, and then having to deal with school, having to do your morning sessions, having to do your afternoon sessions. I mean, this is a challenge.
Yeah, they're
really
juggling
is.
a lot. Phoebe on the 5 metre. So again, she's returning to sports. Part of her plan, obviously, is to pace herself with her dives, and so her last dive is being performed on the 5 metre. She's done a pretty good job there, slightly over-rotating. Technically, it's probably ready to go up. Whether her body is ready for the load is another question, and that's up to the coaches. But looks super powerful and strong off the 5 metre.
And remind me, it's just been just coming back from a fresh injury. Has been a bit of a reoccurring injury, or what's the?
Yeah, I think she's just struggled with some health issues, possibly. I don't really know the details, but it's like you said before, they're just juggling a lot. Whether it's school, there's family, there's sporting commitments, and that can take a toll on your body and on your mind as well. So you got to make sure you're doing your due diligence to make sure you're looking after yourself.
Yeah, and it comes down to planning and scheduling, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You've got to have your day dialed into the T, making sure you get everything right. But I remember, I was part of the AIS for a short period of time, but it was the big days,
Absolutely. Charlie, last dive. I think she'll be pretty happy with how comp has gone, actually, Joey.
I think so too. I mean, she's got her arm stands off, she's got her back twisters off. Obviously, just playing it safe, just in the reverse dives and so forth. But that's the smart thing to do.
Yep.
Do it step by step. No need to rush.
Back 2.5, 1.5. Last dive for Sophia. Pretty
Diving
solid.
Diving well. I mean, how long? I mean, she obviously was just in the States and had to come back quickly, get adjusted to the time zone, and a bit disappointed. She's like,
Maybe she was looking for a score there. You know, yeah, she's been back in New South Wales for a couple of weeks. I spoke to her the other day because we obviously had Macy come back from Hawaii, and she was with us for about a week before we came here. And yeah, but Soph said she had been back for just over 2 weeks.
Okay,
so,
that's pretty good.
You know, reacclimatising, readjusting to Australia. And, you know, I think it's done a world of favours, actually. And, you know, she's really happy under the guidance of Howell there. So
that's the difficult thing about travelling as well, which is the other nations don't always understand, but Australia is a long way from everywhere.
So far away.
At least Singapore would be going pretty good there. That's only a couple hour time difference. But, you know, 25-hour flights, getting to Europe, getting to Germany.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Okay. Over, but wow, what a takeoff and what a position in the air. You know what I mean? I mean, yes, I'm unfortunate, but you can see the potential for growth.
Yeah, it's all there. She finishes above the 5 metres, slightly whippy with the shoulders, and maybe she struggled to stop it on the end there. But, you know, a little bit more refining there, and it's all there. Spotting's good, just needs to react to it a little bit faster.
Yeah, on the positive, the form, but the pike is impeccable. Yes, a bit of a shame it went over, but she will learn from experience.
She will.
No doubt. Hannah Smith, final dive.
It's pretty common for them to finish on the back 2.5, 1.5, or the arm stand. We've seen a few of those in the final round.
Why is that, do you think? What's the...
Front entry, pretty safe.
Yeah.
For most of them. But also, you know, high DD, the points can change the leaderboard, I think, as well. So it can be strategic as well.
Yeah, sometimes, because you can be back a little bit at the field and then come back with your bigger DD dive. If you had that higher one earlier, then you're sort of on the lead and maybe you get that kind of that leader pressure.
That's it. That's all it is. So, you know, I know some coaches put a lot of effort into the strategy around their dive list as well, and what to put at the start, what to put at the end. And, so really common for that. And she's done a pretty good job there, Hannah. Dropping in pretty vertical. She's shaking her triceps a little bit. You know, there's been a lot of load this week with training, and you've got the prelims, the semis, and hopefully finals as well. So they just got to navigate and make sure they're looking after those triceps for sure. That's probably where they feel it the most, and the wrists, like you said before.
Adi Hinchcliffe was talking about that with me, and he has his tracking system so you can see how many dives they're doing over the course of the period, and then they can go back and reflect upon it and think, okay, well, look, and they circle where the injury happened and they look at the load of what was going on. I mean, sometimes it can be an anomaly, you know what I mean, but there's always data that you can pull out of tracking. Yeah,
data's really important, and I think if we can do that, you know, earlier on, we can try and minimise some of these injuries that we are seeing. And it's great that he's using that system and using that data as well. Ruby finishing on a lower DD dive there. Not sure why. Maybe she's just missing one of those dives, but she's obviously, technically has the ability to do some of these bigger dives. So she's done a really good job there.
Warrington, final dive. Back arm stand, double, 1.5 twists.
I think this is one of her favourite dives, hence why she's ending on it.
What do you think?
Solid.
Yeah.
Again, slightly over. I think that there's a little bit of adrenaline and nerves we're seeing in these girls, and you know, you can see on her face there, she's like, oh gosh, thank God that was over. She obviously felt that it was a little bit too many wheat bix and just slightly just overcooking it on the end.
I'm going to steal that wheat bix. I like that. Too many wheat bix, eh?
Too many wheat bix.
Too many wheat bix.
But look, better than not enough wheat bix, so we'll take it.
You know, these are not bacon egg rolls.
Yeah.
But the reverse, that was the highlight for her.
Yeah,
that was a wowzer.
I think it's just that first dive for her twist just dropped a little bit. So, you know, she'll be safely into the finals there, I'm pretty sure.
So, Ellie Cole, big score, those combined scores, 591. We just saw up there. Lauren Flint. Okay. One of those in-between dives, let's kind of call it, yeah?
Yeah.
Didn't go badly, didn't go great.
Yep.
Just in that pocket there. But again, we're the commentators are sitting here just go, picking it apart.
I know.
But, you know, the poor athletes go through it. It's a mental battle and a physical battle, as you were saying, strapping on the arm and the elbow there.
Yeah, there's obviously a bit of fatigue going on there for Lauren. Just make sure she's resting up and ready to go next time. But yeah, just dropping slightly short, not quite finishing the shape on the bottom of the water. And it just shows to the judges it's an incomplete. It just looks a little bit incomplete on the end. It's not a fail dive, but you've got to show that full line going into the water. Maggie with the same dive, and she's absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, this is what we want to see. Good, consistent, diving from the 14-year-old. Just again to remind everyone, donking her on the head with that. I mean, to dive that well against, I would call it Australia's best, Ellie Cole and Millie Puckridge.
Yeah, she's got to be happy with that performance. That was absolutely consistency across the board for Maggie. And, this is her first time competing a full 10-metre list. Look at them.
Great little moment
Beautiful.
there at 80. Of course, Janine, behind the scenes, worked very hard with her as well.
Yeah.
Well, it takes a tribe, right? Tribe of people.
Absolutely.
Physios, sports psychologists.
Oh, my gosh. I just can't get over her jump off the platform. It is just so impressive.
I'll reiterate, I haven't seen that in a long time. And I'm talking about in the international field.
Yeah.
Forget Australia.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, without a doubt, one of the most impressive takeoffs I've seen in the women's field in an incredibly long time.
Yeah.
Sorry to kind of really talk her up, but
Millie's really impressed me.
Yep.
Super athletic and is just so powerful. Our platform in, 7, 8, 8.5, and the judges love to see it. She'll be happy with that.
Yeah, good finish.
Yeah,
great finish. Same dive as well.
Houdini, clean but short.
Yeah. Well, I know. It's amazing when you see people who can rip and they can be really... Like Cass can do that sometimes too.
Seriously.
Super short, just like... Whoop.
Just gone, disappeared.
Yeah, and they kind of just got this way to pull through the water.
Call that the water wizard.
Yeah, maybe a little early on the out, or maybe need a smidge more gas on the top just to get it over. But impressive competition. Now we've got the results off before they come up on the screen, but should we just wait?
I think we should wait.
We should wait.
It's tight.
Yeah, let's put it this way. Top two are very, very tight.
Yep.
But we won't say too much. Third, looking pretty good too. Oh, we'll zip it.
Zip it.
Come on, guys.
Shut your mouth, Joey.
Punch out the graphics.
It's coming.
Give us the standings. Dudes behind us. Come on, chop, chop. Chop, chop. Get pressure on. I don't think they have to confirm all the scores officially.
Getting ahead of ourselves.
That was a pleasure commentating you there with Lily. That was great insights. I mean, it's I just still find it fascinating to talk to all the coaches. Everyone's got just such different journeys and different experiences, but also similar experiences as well. So,
no, thank you for having me. And your experience from high diving as well. It's great to pull you away from that world a little bit sometimes and pull you into ours.
High diving is diving. It's nothing.
It is diving.
High diving is nothing without diving. There's the result. Look at Ellie Cole. Congratulations to her for leading the way.
Yeah, so closely behind Millie.
Yeah.
6:51.10. That is super tight, top two.
Yep.
And then you've got 14-year-old Maggie Gray in third. Super impressive. Laura in fourth, Hannah in fifth.
Yeah, so Maggie Gray. What are we talking about? Okay, yeah. All right, not bad. Sort of, yeah. 15 points away from Millie Puckridge as well. So
top 8 through the final, Joey.
Okay. And then, yeah, you and I will be back on board for that, the final A and B, or B and A, yeah?
Yep.
Yep. And then there's our Team Munchkin.
Team Munchkin. Yeah, we were talking about them before. They're our national talent squad, and you can see a couple of them there with their notebooks taking notes, and they have a pretty good position on poolside there. They look a little bit like VIPs.
Hanging with Maddie.
Hanging with
Madison
Maddie
of bikini. You know what I'm saying?
Silver Olympic medalist.
Just kicking it.
Look at them.
No, they look so excited, and a lot of fun for them as well, let's face it. Okay, so we might just wrap things up just here, just take a little bit of a break, and I'll be back with Madison Keeney in the not-too-distant future, and then also with Lily once again.
Amazing.
Stay tuned. Be good. Alrighty, folks, it's the Australian Open. It's, of course, the men's 3-metre final. I'm joined by none other than Madison Keeney. If you don't know who Madison Keeney is, well, you shouldn't be here. Okay, Madison Keeney, of course, silver medal in Paris. But no, honestly, it's great to have you, and I'll definitely be picking your brain in this competition, and we'll have a bit of a dig at Cass while we're at it, shall we?
Of course, thanks for having me. I'm really excited. My first commentating gig, so I'm really looking forward to it. I love diving.
You're much better than Cass. I mean, Cass was completely late. We just rocked up on his motorbike like 30 seconds before we had to go on air, so at least you're on time. What's up with the hair? What happened there?
There's no hair. Well, he made
what's the story? We know, but I mean, not everyone else knows.
So he made a promise to himself a couple of years ago that if he ever didn't make a final in an event, he'd shave his mullet off, which was the haircut he's had for the last couple of years. So So
which one did he not make the final? I forgot. Was it in?
Was it Mexico?
Canada or Mexico?
It was Mexico.
In Guadalajara.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that night, all of us went to his room and we got the clippers out and all had to go at shaving some of his hair off.
So everyone took turns in shaving his head off.
Yes.
That's teamwork.
It was fun.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah.
I love it. How good is that?
Yeah. Went through all the stages of grief with that haircut.
Yeah. What was his reaction? He
was loving it. We actually afterwards we went to Macca's, but he left the back half of the mullet on, so he had the whole top shaved and just had the party at the back.
Okay.
And then he shaved it off for the flight home.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it was a bit of fun.
Oh, so you did it in Canada, so you didn't wait till you come back?
No, we didn't. We did it
in Mexico.
Yeah,
of course, it would have to be done in Mexico.
So it's funny because 1 week he competed and he had hair, and then we rocked up in Canada and he was bald, and everyone was like, yeah.
Because it was kind of his signature theme too, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Is he going to grow it out?
I don't know. I think he likes it short.
Yeah. It looks all right, isn't it?
It does.
Suits him.
Yeah.
He's doing good.
Handsome lad.
Should we talk about diving?
Maybe.
Okay, it's probably a good.
I think
Okay, cool. Well, Archie Forsythe, sisters are hide over in a cliff diver. We've talked about that before. So what I'm trying to do is poach Archie. So I don't want him to dive anymore. I'd like him just to do the cliff diving. If that's all right with everybody. 80 Hinchcliffe, I'll talk to you about that after the competition. No, I'm kidding.
No, Archie's really exciting diving. He's still young, getting his dives up, but
14.
I know. I thought he was older than that, but yeah.
What's your pick? 3-metre diver or 10-metre diver? What
I don't know. I think he could do both.
Yeah.
I think
Depends how they grow up, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say it depends how the muscles hit.
Yeah. They start getting those, get their flex on when they're 17, 18. See how he fills out.
Exactly.
James Wood, coming from that breakdancing background, he says. Big fan of Jack Law. Mm-hmm. Big shoes to fill there. He's a very powerful man. But he's only 17, not an adult yet.
And he's much newer to diving as well. And I think he's learned some of these dives really recently, actually, and I think he's really coming into it.
Yeah. Well, I think
sounds great.
How long has he been diving?
Not long. I think maybe a year or two.
Is that it?
Yeah, not very long. But he's really strong and he's got a lot of power and quite a beautiful lines, actually.
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, for me, I have this time where I go away and then I come back and I see the divers and John Ing has them under his wing and you come back and look and I'm like, what? How did you learn that in 2 years?
It's amazing.
Lachlan Abbott. So goal in the 1 metre springboard event in the junior event last year, and he doesn't look like a junior anymore. Very powerful indeed. Thoughts on Lachlan and his progress?
I mean, same for me. I see them at nationals and they've just grown up.
Yeah,
out
all of
of
a sudden
nowhere.
they're men.
Yeah. But I believe he's still a junior. But no, really exciting. He's got some big dives in there coming later in the event, so it's great to see.
That he does. Got Max Lee. Cool name.
That's awesome. Max Power.
Max Power.
It's really good to have divers from the other countries coming to our nationals.
I think so too, yeah. And obviously Cass really liked having Rakuto there to train as well.
Yeah.
And I think it's nice to have that, you know what I mean, a little bit of a challenge, someone to push you a little bit.
Shame we don't have the New Zealand boys here this year. I think they've been a bit booked out, but usually we've got the our mates from across the ditch coming.
Yeah, our mates from across the ditch, that's one way to say it. No, it is good, and you do need that. I mean, because the thing is, let's face it, we're here in Australia. We're a long way from everywhere. Like, if you're in Europe, at least you get that chance you can hop on a plane for a couple of hours. So it's not so easy for us. So it is important to have that relationship from friends across the ditch, as Madison said. But Benjamin Wilson having an absolute cracker in the 1 metre event, took in the gold there.
I saw some amazing dives in the semi-final, so hopefully you can keep that going. A nice start.
Yeah, I think he was a little over in the semi, so he's like, it's always that case, you go over a short on one and then you kind of over adjust at one point.
It's really hard to kind of disconnect yourself from what you've, especially if you did something in the warm up, went over in the warm up, you go, I don't want to go over, but instead you want to think about the fact that you don't want to think about what you don't want to do, you want to think about what you want to do.
Yeah, exactly. I do have a couple of questions for you. Obviously you had this incredible journey up to the Olympics to get the silver medal, but obviously a very bumpy road leading up to that point, missing out on Japan. I mean, was there a point when you didn't qualify for Japan or that didn't pan out where you were just like, you know what, stuff it, I'm out. I'm not going to do this anymore. Were you on the cusp at that point? I mean,
no, I think at that point I always knew I was going to go on, which made it easier.
That's good.
We'll just wait for Hudson start, I think.
Oh, we can keep chatting.
Nice start.
No, it is a very nice dive.
Yeah, no, I think I was obviously, really sad that I missed out, but I don't think I was mentally or physically ready for the Olympics at that point, because for me, I didn't want to go to the Olympics and not do what I knew I was capable of. And so,
very good point.
Obviously, I wish I went, but I think it was a big relief not going because I didn't have that expectation on me. And I also knew I was going to keep going, so I knew it wasn't the end, so I wasn't like losing it over it being all over.
Okay, that's
which
great.
Made it a bit easier.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Because it's different for everybody. I mean, some people might be like, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to hang on, because that's a long cycle.
It is.
So I think obviously Japan was late in the cycle, but that's, 7 years.
Exactly.
A 7-year cycle to come back, but it was worth the wait.
Yeah, it was. I guess luckily from Japan to Paris was only 3 years, so it didn't feel like too long, but it being 8 years from between my two Olympics, it feels like a lifetime, to be honest.
Yeah, it would. But that's the great thing now. I mean, now that you've got an Olympic medal, no one can take that away from you. That's yours there forever.
Exactly. So I think it all worked out for the best. I probably wouldn't change a thing, but sometimes you just have to deal with what you get. Yeah,
I have to persevere. How about the final dive? What do you say to yourself coming into that final dive in the competition? Was there like
I don't know what happened. I hit a point in that Olympics and I just knew my outcome would be good. And I just
it was like a gut feeling.
Yeah,
right?
I was so nervous. I've never been more nervous in my life, but I was one with that nervousness. I just knew that nothing was going to stop me at that point. Everything had kind of fallen into place. I was comfortable with being uncomfortable in that point, because it is really uncomfortable and it's really hard to deal with that.
Yeah.
But I did a lot of work beforehand, with all my mental preparation and competition preparation. I knew that I just had to give it my all, and I kind of knew as soon as I did my hurdle and I wasn't falling off the board, it's going to be okay. But I got to the point where previously I was really nervous to kind of, nervous to be nervous. I was really excited to be in that point. Like, it was really, I described it as living, like that, like.
Yeah, being feeling what was going on and not being afraid of that, and then saying that's okay.
It was a lovely
to
dive
feel like
by
that,
Lachlan. A
very,
great
very, very
start,
powerful.
and really vertical on the entry. I think he'd be really happy with that one.
But I have had some experience with some of my Red Bull events, and I just remember just having that feeling one day, and I was like, I'm going to win today. Like, I know that sounds like a cocky thing to say, but at some point, like, it's hard to describe. There's just something in the air, and something that I was like, this is going to work today.
Yeah, and I'm the first person. I don't like ever putting myself in a, like, I guess, forward, or, I'm very conservative with my views, but something within me, I just knew nothing was going to stop me, and if it did, it did. But I was just, no matter what, I was ready for that, for that moment, and I'm just for me, that was probably greater than the moment of winning the medal itself, because of, just my goal in diving is to master it. And for me, mastering it is just being consistent. And I did 3 consistent rounds in the prelim, semi, and the final. I think I finished second in every round. And so for me, that was just like the mastery of it. I was just so happy with the performance itself.
And that's the interesting point, isn't it? It's being satisfied with, like you said, mastering the skill, but then you don't know what someone else is going to do. So you have to just accept the result no matter what, which is kind of good because you kind of just let go. You're like, look, if I can just get in there and do my absolute best.
Exactly.
I mean, Wayne Bennett, the rugby coach, says that. And he goes, I only ask, 2 things to my players. Be on time and try your best.
Exactly.
Very, very, very simple.
Yeah, because it's very easy. With diving, it's very easy to tie your, how you feel to your results. But obviously, the only result you can control is yourself.
Yep.
And so for me, I don't, I know at least at my point, if I dive well enough, I'll probably end up with a result that I'm really happy with. But for me, it's just there's things I want to achieve in every single dive, and so if I can achieve those things, then that I've reached my goals, and I'm internally happy with that.
Any thoughts on sort of bringing back reverse 3.5 again in those dives? Oh, I like what you do that dive. It was great.
Yeah, everyone says that. It's fun to watch because you don't have to do it.
Exactly.
I don't know.
It's a terrifying dive, no doubt.
Entering my grandma years, so I don't know about that. I thought
Madison,
about it, but
on.
I don't know. I started doing reverse 3.5 because my reverse 2.5 was one of my weaker dives, but now I've done some work on my reverse 2.5, so it's not as critical to.
It is. It's a monster dive.
Yeah.
Let's talk about.
And it's scary.
On a 7B. So what's up with the 3 metre diving? I was talking about that landing, and then I looked over. I'm like, Cass is diving on 3 metre.
Well, he kept telling me how easy 3 metre is, so I said, "Why don't you have a go then?"
You egged him on.
I always egg him on about it, but I think he wanted to try a couple of different things. He's like, I want to do every event and blah blah blah, and I always keep complaining about how hard 3 metre is. So I think he has a bit of a newfound respect for it. After the prelim and the semi, it's a bit of a different beast in a competition.
Right, he's probably like, right, I'll show Madison, and then he's like, hang on a second.
It's not that easy. I swear it's not that easy. We just make it look easy.
We were talking about it with Andy and 80 as well. The hard thing with 3 metre, of course, is just the hurdle.
Mate, it's a killer.
If it's just off a little bit, it can be an absolute nightmare. What 80 says, he says, like, you need 19 different hurdles. You need to be able to, all right, I can handle this from the back. I can handle it hanging 10. I can handle it off to the side. Yep. Alicia had a bit of a tough one.
Oh, absolutely. And sometimes you'd never, Alicia's probably never done that hurdle in her life.
Yeah.
I think you just get one in the competition. So I've experienced that as well, but it's also, about experiencing those sorts of things and, accepting that sometimes that happens, especially when you don't want it to happen. But that's the spice of springboard diving.
Springboard diving. I might use that. And then 80 was sort of mentioning, so I didn't actually see it, but I think there was a couple of balks in, was it Guadalajara or was it in Canada? Or?
Yeah, that was me.
That was you?
I balked twice in one event for the first time ever. Hopefully the last time.
But there's a point to this, but my question is this. We talk about the reset button, right?
Yep.
Okay, sometimes things don't go to plan.
Yeah.
What do? What do you say to yourself? Like, after that, obviously after kicking a few chairs and being very annoyed at yourself, and I mean, what did you say to yourself? Like, come on, pick yourself up, let's do this.
Yes. So for me, I think me personally, kind of how I dealt with that situation is a bit of a testament to the kind of athlete I've become and dealing with those sorts of things. So definitely, at one point in my life, I probably done the first balk and lost it. Maybe I was crying or whatever. Yep. But I'm at the point where I can kind of laugh about it. It's just, it happens. Training well and just it happens in the company. Oh God, that won't happen again. And then you next hurdle, it happens again, and I go, oh. And,
Hang on a second.
I get out of the pool. I laugh about it. Like, my dives weren't particularly that good. But, I can laugh about it and at least I can reflect on it. And I'd like to think, I was like, at this point in my career, surely this shouldn't be happening. But, once again, things happen for no rhyme or reason. Or, maybe there was a couple of reasons of, context of what was going on. But, it's just kind of how you mentally process that. You have to move on to the next dive as much as you want to think about that one before. I just say, you know what, I can go to the shower and have a whinge about that after the event, but while I'm here, or at least, if I walk on a hurdle, then your next hurdle's really nervous, but, I can go, oh, you know what, but on the second hurdle, I did a good takeoff, or I was able to deal with this, and that in itself is a win. And so you kind of look for the wins, in the situations that don't go so well, and you can learn from it. Yeah,
I think a lot of people call it after-action review as well. What went well, what didn't go well, and what do we need to do to improve those sorts of things. But I had a story told me about Roger Federer when he was younger. Definitely had some anger management issues, right? Just throwing hissy fits and breaking stuff. And you look at Roger Federer now and you just see this utterly cool and calm, collected tennis player. Of course, he's retired now, but he was always very calm. He didn't lose his cool. But the interesting point was that he used to lose his cool, and then he had a coach, I think his second coach come up to him and said, you need to work on that, man. You got to control that stuff, And I bet it was, obviously maybe some of us all have a predisposition towards something, but the point of the story is that you can always evolve and always grow and always get better, but it's the mindset, right? Yeah. The choice, I would say.
Definitely. Yeah. I was definitely similar when I was younger because I was never happy with my dives, and so, I would... My coach would be like, no, it's good. And I go, but this. And they just go, shut up. They didn't say it. But I also had to kind of learn to, accept when something, like the good parts of things, even though I like to if I focus on the negatives too much. It's definitely, you have to learn and adapt. And, some people are really good at that. I wasn't very good at that. So it took a while for me to I did have a coach, and he was like, you're spending 6 months just shunning because I'm sick of you telling me your dives aren't good enough. It's all definitely a learning curve.
And it is a learning curve. And actually, I was reading a lot of the bios from the athletes. A lot of them look up to A as an athlete and B as a human being too. So it seems like you've gone through a huge amount of growth as a person, as a human. I mean, everyone commends you for the way that you treat others and the way that you obviously compete. So it seems like there's a synergy between self-development and growth, and obviously in how you perform in diving.
Well, it's very nice to hear. Like I'm definitely still not perfect, and I'm working on it every day. But I've been able to mature, so I can at least see it and accept it. Especially when it doesn't go right, I can reflect on it a lot more quickly than I used to.
Yeah. And I was the same too. Yeah. I mean, you just get so disappointed with yourself if things don't go to plan. You can really, sort of ruminate on it would be the word over and over. And you don't need to. That's the advice for the youngsters out there. We haven't talked about diving very much, have we?
Well,
kind of.
And there has been some good diving going on
I know. In the background. Cass did have a really nice back 2.5.
I think that's the best back 2.5 I've ever seen from him. So. Don't tell him that, though.
It'll go to his head. No, it seems like great camaraderie between you guys up there. I mean, all the states got some great teammates, but I can definitely see there's a fair bit of banter between the two of you.
Yeah, no, it's really great having him around. He's always fun at training, and even just between the states, everyone's supporting each other. I think it's really great to see, especially when our events are a bit smaller. So it's a good family. And
we haven't thanked Laura Hingston in a little while, so we need to do that at the end of the show.
I think it's all thanks to Laura that I'm here today.
Yes, I think so too. So Laura, you'll have to replay it and have a listen.
I believe I can see her in the crowd right now. So I will pass my thanks along to her in person. Not only on here, but in person.
All right, how's the finger? How are you going? A little bit sore?
It's a bit sore, yeah.
Just doing a lot of feet first lead-ups, I take it, or what?
Yeah, bit of feet first. I started doing some 1 metre and some basic dives on 3 metre today. So just taking it easy. Obviously not ideal right before nationals. So I do like competing, and even though nationals is quite nerve wracking, I like that because I can put myself into those uncomfortable positions. Yep. So when it gets to the spicy stuff like Worlds or Olympics, I've kind of gone through that and I've got that experience.
Yep. But you've got to play it smart, so you're automatically qualified through to Singapore anyway. So
very grateful to be in the position to have automatically qualified.
So how much time have we got now? So we've got June, July. When do you guys get to Singapore?
We're in Kuala Lumpur for a few days beforehand, so I think we might leave on the 16th.
Okay, so a bit of a training camp in Kuala Lumpur. All right.
Should be exciting.
Very nice city. Yeah. Very nice diving. I mean, really, let's talk about Benjamin. Benjamin has just been, man, pressing that board, right?
Yeah.
Got some rhythm going.
Got some strength on that one. He did a really nice one in the semi-final, so I think he'll be pretty happy with the consistency on that.
Seems like an all-round nice guy too, always sort of smiling, very gracious.
Loves diving.
Big come out.
I know. Right.
Nice and early. Come on, son, bust out the reverse 3.5.
I know, let's get it. You're asking me about the reverse 3.5. What about the boys? They'll get in there. They're still, I think...
Casmus is all right. I had a look at his.
I think he's got that coming up this round, so we'll see how that goes.
What's he got? Yep, he does.
Hutto with the same dive as Ben.
Hudson was second in 1 minute, wasn't he? So diving really well.
Well, it's a great top.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think? I mean, he's obviously a smidge back on the board, maybe overcorrected or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so sometimes when you feel a bit back on the board, you think, sometimes it makes the dive a bit slower, and you think you don't have quite as much time as you do. Mm-hmm. So you probably just needed to not come out so late on that one. But no mega disasters on that one.
It must feel good to get back in the swing of diving again. Obviously, there was a pretty decent break after the Olympics, and you definitely need that from physical and mental load as well. Come on, Cass. Let's bust it out.
It's a good attempt. I mean, I'm not doing that dive.
Cass, I'm going to say it to you live right now. Madison's reverse 3.5 is so much better than yours.
I can say that because I'm not doing it right now.
I've seen some good reverse 3.5 from you. I have.
But no,
and
sometimes
I've seen you do it better than that. That's for damn sure. And finish higher.
He's got an amazing tuck shape and amazing spinning. This is actually his first 3 meter proper senior competition. So, not quite as experienced with the hurdles as Hudson and Ben.
Thought it was easy, but it's not. Cass, don't be cocky.
Lovely,
Archie tearing it up.
Oh, Archie's been really nice and consistent as well, which is really good to see. He's also in the process of learning, as he gets a bit older and learning those harder dives. You need a bit, to do those harder dives, you also need to be able to push the board down and jump high. So, setting that up nicely.
All right, we're in round 5. We've got one more round after this. So Archie just doing his B final. On to James Wood. What's James got for us?
So strong off the board. Similar, Hudson thought he might have been in a bit of trouble on that one, but he didn't need to panic.
No, but that will come with time and experience.
It will, definitely.
A little bit annoyed with that one.
You kind of learn how to deal with the dives in different positions. So, when you get a bad hurdle, you know how to when to come out on them and stuff like that.
Yeah, no doubt. Another gymnast making the transfer. Did you come from gymnastics?
I did not. I just did
straight up.
I just did a learn to dive.
Straight up diver.
Yeah.
First coach?
Kim Hinnenfeller. I don't know if she's judging at the moment. Yeah, she is. She's actually judging this event.
Oh, there we go. You must be proud. Hey,
yeah. So she's
first diver.
Gosh, I've known Kim for almost 20 years. That shows my age.
But feeling pretty good about sort of trying to still set course for Los Angeles, no doubt.
Holding on for dear life.
Yeah.
Diving's got its claws in me. So while I'm still loving it, I'm still doing it. I'll see how we go. 4 years is a long time.
Yeah. Give it a crack. We'd love to see you there.
Yeah, I would love to be there.
You're going to have to come down the Gold Coast and get a bit of your outdoor training experience.
We love the Gold Coast.
How good is it?
Amazing. Amazing place. The diving pool, it's a bit windy.
Makes you tougher.
It does. Character building.
And that'll be the case for Los Angeles outdoor pool. So that's the first time in a long time, I think. Just trying to pull back to the history books, but I'm pretty sure it was Barcelona was the last time that we had an outdoor.
We had Rio.
Indoor, outdoor?
No, it was outdoor. Trust me, I thought I did my outdoor Olympics tax.
Well, I suppose it's a bit of a wind occasionally, right?
It was amazingly windy.
Oh, really?
The men's 3 meter prelim, I remember, it was a bloodbath.
So, I mean, obviously, maybe a bit of that tunnel effect. You got the roof, but obviously it's exposed at the side.
There was no roof. It was an outdoor pool.
Was it? Why did I think that? Okay, bad memory. Okay, that's enough there. Benjamin, what do we got?
Some lovely height on that dive.
Obviously choosing to just do in with 2.5 instead of in with 3.5 on that one. Maybe in with 3.5, a little inconsistent.
Yeah, maybe coming soon. So probably wanted to play safe for this world, for the trials. But I think a lot of these athletes are heading to Canada and the US in the next week.
Oh yeah, what's that competition? Sorry,
like the America Cup.
The America
Canada
Cup. That's
Cup.
it. Yep.
So maybe great opportunity for some divers to try out some new dives, get some international competition going.
Yeah, you need that international competition experience. You really do.
Definitely.
So, like I was saying before, I wish we lived a bit closer to other continents. And it's always tough. I mean, dealing with jet lag and diving too. That's not easy. I mean, sometimes you just don't feel good.
Nope. And then they send you 2 days before the event and like, good luck.
Well, it's the same with the cliff diving community as well. Yeah, I mean, some of them are just trying to figure out ways to, okay, how do I manage my travel schedule? I mean, and that's the other thing. Everyone talks about, okay, diving's hard enough as it is, but then throw, the whole travel.
Especially from Australia, we are 30 hours away from everywhere, at least. Apart from Singapore.
Singapore. Not bad. Yeah. 7-hour flight. That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, so I'm very looking forward to that.
Right.
Cass with his 109C. The hardest dive in the competition.
Come on, son. Get your speedy pants on. I've got to say, he rode the board pretty well.
That was actually an impressive hurdle. And he's come out a little early, but I think that was a great attempt. It was a very hard dive, especially for someone that's a bit newer to Springboard. Yeah, I think
got a good-looking hurdle.
Nice, yeah. Very consistent, actually. So good on him. Just a little bit short on the entry there. Maybe he needs to point his toes a little bit. If he's listening in, you should point your toes.
It's a bit scruffy sometimes.
For the last round, Archie with his 5152. Oh. And he saved that nicely, actually.
I know. Yeah, you were like, oh, here we go. Yeah, he didn't give up on it.
No, he didn't give up, and that and sometimes that's the hurdle that you get in. That's what you get in diving. But
he got those arms there quickly as well, just to kind of regain a little bit of balance.
He did twist quite a bit on the entry there as well. But I think apart from that one, it was overall pretty steady for Archie.
Again, to reiterate, just 14. I mean,
amazing.
Super young.
Same dive from James. Oh, it's lovely.
Squeaky clean.
Yeah.
Sneaking through the water nicely, James.
Yeah, and that's also a new one from James. I think both James and Archie have learnt this dive in the last couple of months. Lovely clean entry. Maybe we'll put another twist on that sometime this year. Come
on, Edwin.
Come on, Ed.
Get your coaching skills on.
Yeah.
But also it takes some time to build up that strength load as well. You know what I mean? Still not 18 yet. It's got a little bit more development to come.
Definitely. So now this one's the same dive but with an extra twist.
Andy Banks and I were talking about it. It's like done in a slightly interesting sort of way. Like obviously, normally you sort of do your full somersault at the beginning and then double out. Like it's kind of a combination of the two. A quick repike in, double twist.
I'd say he's got a bit of Mexican technique in that, and the bit of Jack Law, I think, where the boys that have a lot more power, they don't need to somersault as much before they do their twist. So
spent a fair bit of time in Mexico, but I remember watching J. Campo, and then,
yes,
that kind of rolling, triple twisting, 2.5. Tidy diver, Max Lee, though.
That was lovely. I think he's been very consistent over this competition. That was a nice steady hurdle and a nice entry.
That'd be cool for him, though, diving in front of his home crowd.
I bet. Soon. Oh, that'd be so exciting. Seen some pictures of the pool, and it's going to look amazing when it's all dressed up.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen it yet. Is it recently constructed?
I
can't
think
quite
so.
Remember. Yeah.
But it's like a half. It does have a roof, but it has got an open side. But Singapore in summer will be nice and warm, so I'm looking forward to that a lot.
We'll have that new pool in Brisbane soon. Well, not soon, but obviously in the years to come. And then you can take up high diving. second career?
I think I'll stick to retiring after I'm done. Thank you.
Yep. Zip it right there.
Nice steady dive for Ben to finish on.
Really good dive to finish. Yep, like you said, great double out.
I think everyone's finishing on a not Hudson, but almost everyone's finishing on a twister this round.
Yep. Hudson in with 3.5 coming up next.
Yep.
Hudson Skinner, 407C.
What's your start dive? What do you normally do in competition?
So I start with a back 2.5.
Okay.
Because I want to get reverse 2.5 done as soon as possible. But
Don't like it?
Well, just I like finishing strong.
Mm-hmm.
So I get my least strong dives out first, but so you don't really want to start with a 305, so I start with a 205 and then a 305.
Mm-hmm. Cass, what does he normally start on platform? Normally in with 3.5 or something, doesn't he?
He starts with a reverse now, actually.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah. I think he used to... Oh, nice steady
Not
dive
bad.
by Hutto. I think this one's also a newer one for Hutto, so it's really good that he's getting this in the competition experience.
But getting the come out right for these dives is tough, isn't it? I mean, it's pretty easy to kind of bury your head and just let it wash by.
Definitely.
Yep. Little mini pike out and sneaking through.
Yeah. Love that.
Well done, Hudson. Okay, final dive. 4 2.5 2 twists for Cass.
Bit of a mayday on that hurdle. So I'm not very... I can't hold it in.
Great reactions on Archie and Cassiel.
You can tell...
gonna miss the board.
You can tell this is my day job because I'm not very good at holding it back. But no, very nice save by Cass.
Let's have a look at it. Oh, the hang 10.
Bit off the side as well, but he actually got that around nicely.
And he still snuck it through pretty clean.
So I think he'll be, honestly, I think he'll be pretty happy with that. It was nice and didn't make any major mistakes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And again, I think it's cool that he's just wanting to try some different things and do 3 metre and do his platform. And I think it's good to do that sometimes, keep things fresh.
I think
like
so as well.
Gary Hunt in the cliff diving world, he chose to do a different intermediate dive. The intermediate dives are kind of like back triples or something like that. So he did a different dive every single competition. So I mean, he just...
That's really interesting. I didn't know that.
We're just going back and just relearning all of his full list, just making sure he had a full mastery of all the different skills, back, reverse, inward, and twist. Madison Keeney, thanks for having a chat.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, I mean, it was just good just to have a bit of a talk to you and just to get your insights. I know we didn't talk a lot about the diving and sort of what was going on, but I just feel like it's interesting and a lot of people want to understand what your journey's been like, and it's been great watching you and great commentating with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. I had a great time.
All right, let's do it again.
For sure.
Okay, good luck with it all.
Thank
Singapore
you.
as well. See everybody.
Bye.
Stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit. I'll be back with Lily Foster, having a little chin wag with her again. See you in a bit. Ciao, ciao.
South Wales, Chloe Gow. Diver number 2, representing New South Wales, Phoebe James. Diver number 3, representing Singapore, Ainsley Kwong.
Hello, hello, everybody. Now it's the finals, of course, for the women's 10 metre. And we've got A and B finals. Once again, back in the booth with Lily Foster.
We are back.
Back for another little chin wag. But okay, so B finals, we've got placings from 12th to 7th. A finals will be 6th to 1st.
Yep.
Just to break things up a little bit. Just had a good little chat to Sophie Knight as well. So really enjoying herself in South Carolina.
North Carolina. North Carolina.
Oh, I got that wrong.
No, she obviously, she was saying she had a really good season over in college. Obviously, she was a bit disappointed with how her performance went in the semis, but, you know, still got a smile on her dial, so that is a win for her.
And the takeaway from that conversation was interesting. She said that there's so many competitions that are being held in America. And she thinks that's just such a good thing because you just get used to being in that competition environment. Yeah. I mean, it's like the boxers call it ring rust, right? You haven't been in the ring for a long time. You it feels foreign. You don't feel comfortable. You've got to be, you've got to be doing the competitions.
I think because, the colleges are earning points for their colleges, right? So they just do comps. I think it's weekly in some states. They they do a lot, and I think, Soph was right. The more experience they get, the more comfortable they're in that competition environment. So, yeah, something we can definitely take from what they're doing over there.
Yeah, more competitions. I'll MC. Let's do it.
You're hired.
I have done that for 80 in the past, actually. I think sort of coming out of that whole COVID block, and it was frustrating for the athletes. And I remember Madison and Cass and some of the others were like, man, we just want to run a mock competition. So I remember 80 called me up and said, can you come along and MC? And I said, sure, let's just do that. And just at least just to make some sort of an atmosphere just to kind of get back into the groove again.
Definitely had to get creative in the COVID times. I remember I was training online, had our coaches on our screen and doing flips in our backyard.
Yeah,
it was insane.
So what were people sort of dropping off? Somersaulting mats.
Yeah,
and stuff
crash mats. We had boxes, barbells. Some states were in lockdown longer than others. Ours didn't last too long in South Australia, thank goodness. But I know, Victoria, they were in a tough spot, and they were just, It's
so funny thinking about it now, isn't it? It was just such a bizarre thing that sort of happened to all of us. I was actually quite happy. I was travelling so much. I was like, oh, this is great.
Time for a little break.
Chill at home, make some music, hang out, have a chat.
Beautiful.
That was all right. But then after a while, of course, it wore us all down for a little bit.
Yeah.
I actually had to travel in 2021, and I had to apply to get out of the country so I could go and do my Red Bull commentary. And I remember getting stuck. I couldn't get back in the country.
So that's the risk that you ran, hey? About to commence the first round. Got Chloe starting us off again.
Chloe out. So 107B, so front 3.5 pike. We've got these nice new little fancy graphics at the bottom. If you don't know much about diving, you can look at that to figure out what's going on. Yep, definitely pick things up. Now, when you have the semis and then coming into the finals, you just got that short break. It's got to be, you've been in this experience before.
It's
got to
tough.
be exhausting. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. It takes a toll on the body. Some of these are younger and some of these are more experienced divers. So, their experience is different in how they manage their bodies and stuff. Chloe, like we've been saying, she's got many, many years to come. She was slightly forward on that hurdle, slowed down a bit, so just lost a bit of momentum as she took off. Dropped it slightly short, but, I think that will definitely improve with time. Phoebe James, again, super consistent start for Phoebe.
She's got those ballet feet, doesn't she? I mean, it's Laura Hingston.
I think she comes from a gymnastics background, Phoebe, which is, really common in diving. We get a lot of gymnastics transfers.
I think Gymnastics Australia's been quite mad at us
because they're poaching all
of their athletes.
Look, it's just, it's fun over here, guys.
Diving, we're just so much better. Kidding.
Not really.
But I do like watching the transfer of different acrobatic sports, and we've been working a little bit with the trampoline coach Ryan Hatfield with the high diving space, and he does a lot of work with athletes transferring from gymnastics into aerial skiing.
Yeah.
And then there's been a diver that transferred over to aerial skiing, but just that cross-pollination between acrobatic sports is so cool to watch because it's a good thing, because I think if you really enjoy some form of acrobatics, but maybe one sport not quite working out, it's great to have those avenues where you can transfer
aerial
across.
skiing does a really good job at that. They take a little bit later in the talent transfer, so those older athletes. So, definitely something to learn. I spent a couple of weeks with them in Queensland, the aerial skiing, and you take a lot of knowledge from different sports, and I think we can apply some of those things to our great sport of diving.
Yeah, I think something I learned from Ryan Hatfield was just lots of, I don't know how to call it, but maybe like kind of pressure testing, but doing lots of different types of somersaults and acrobatic skills and putting yourself in lots of different environments. I mean, sometimes they'll do things like you might 3 bounce on a 3 metre. We do it with high diving. Get yourself purposely lost, try and figure it out.
Yeah.
How you can get to your feet. So it's like this kind of pressure cooker training, putting yourself through lots of different scenarios.
Yeah.
And being able to handle it.
Pretty solid start from Charlie, again, with that lower degree of difficulty, but if you can do it well, then it's not going to hurt her too much.
So what about all the let's say the TID sort of testing? I mean, is it obviously testing through different kind of gym clubs, or has anyone been able to kind of do a bit of have access to schools, or what's the latest system?
Yeah, so school testing is pretty common, or stuff even within the institutes. The state institutes sometimes run talent testing days, and as diving we can jump off the back of that and really leverage off those opportunities. So those have been really helpful, and I think nationally we can put out that we're running TID days, and we can really target athletes that may have a bit of gymnastics experience or tumbling experience, and that's probably how we attract those athletes. I don't think we go directly into gymnastics clubs. I mean, I haven't ever, but who knows?
But I quite enjoyed watching some of the ideas with Vinica Arlo with the Daredevils one as well, sort of, again, sort of profiling divers. But there is a little bit of a risk-seeking element to them. If you look at the bios, I mean, people say if I wasn't a diver, I'd be a snowboarder or a speed climber. Or people are fascinated with Formula One. So it
definitely takes up a specific makeup. You got to be brave. You got to be risk-taking. Here's Sophia we were talking about before. Oh, she'll be happy with that start.
She was so sort of casual just talking just before, wasn't she? She's like, didn't even care like I'm in a competition. She's like,
it didn't even look like she was competing. I was like, are you in this one? And she's like,
I almost forgot. I was like, yeah, you're in this.
Yeah, she's so chill.
No, she really went after the dive. I was really, really happy with that. You know what I mean? Strong dive. Good one to start with. Oh, sorry, second round, I should say. We were chatting so much, I even forgot what round
it's gone so fast. I mean, we only have 6 in this B final, so it's going a little bit faster. But yeah, she'll be happy with that.
I think it was obviously that ball, may have set it back quite a bit as well. So a little unfortunate.
And that's nearly there for Chloe. It's just kicking out a little bit early. Could do with a little bit of more pickup at the start, but, she can really work that around and just kick it a little bit higher, feed those feet through a bit higher, and that will drop in nicely.
I think reverse 2.5 is definitely the first time you do that on 10 is always that's a tough one. It's like, okay, here we go.
Do you remember what it was like to learn dives for the first time?
I do. It's been a while.
Yeah.
I still get on the boards and have a bit of a play every now and then. But it was always scary, wasn't it? Look at the bubble.
Bubble, cool.
Cool bubble.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, really impressed with the way Phoebe is competing. You know, that's a solid 2 dives for her.
I mean, diving is such an incredible sport when you think about it. Not to just compare it to other sports, but when you think about what has to go right to be a good diver, I mean, everything from power, technique, aerial awareness, fear management, coordination, technique. I mean, it's just phenomenal what these athletes do.
Yeah, super impressive. Our Singapore competitor. It's been so nice having them on pool deck with us the last week. Just good friends of ours. Yeah, absolutely. Nice.
Very nice. She's been nailing those entries.
Yeah. You know, I think if you can find those hands on the water, it just is an extra half or full point from the judges. And, you know, if that is an area that you're working on, you know, keep persisting. It makes a really big difference on the overall impression of the dive. So, yeah, I think the judges will like that one.
I remember I was talking to Lacey Hemmer, who's doing the high diving now, but she was coached by Janine, and she was like, yeah, I wasn't allowed to move on until I ripped from Janine.
Yeah. Look, fair enough.
You will rip.
Yeah, nice.
Very beautiful. Can I just put this out there? I love a good required dive.
Love required.
I mean, you know when you go and watch synchro and then you see the synchro reverse side pike, you're like, damn, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I reckon my favourite one to watch is the reverse half twist synchro off 10 metre.
A reverse 1.5 half?
No, just, 1.5 half.
Yeah.
Stunning. Like, if that's done right, it's just
it
beautiful.
Depends which way you twist too. Like, sometimes they twist like the opposite
into
direction
each other.
and you're facing each other. Like, hello. No, but I would, just throwing it out there, I'd still like to see just one required dive in individual too, because I just think it's cool.
I feel like you want to change so many things.
Oh, dude, charging all kinds of things. No, not like
all these
just
ideas.
the systems, a few different ideas.
That's a bit better.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Beautiful, nice, neat, tight tuck. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, Ruby's got some beautiful shapes in the air. A tuck and a pike are really aesthetically pleasing, and she's done a better job with that than in the last round. Yeah, beautiful tuck.
Yeah, I mean, obviously sometimes you get a little bit more of a slip tuck by some of the athletes, but very, very neat, no doubt. But I was talking about the required dive. We still have a required dive in cliff diving and high diving.
Just one?
Just one, yeah. So we have required, then we have what's called an intermediate, which is a step between the easy dive or the required dive and the optional dives. So that's just, it's been something that we've been really adamant on, with like not losing the beautiful flying reverses or flying fronts.
Yeah, I mean, obviously at a junior level, they still do the 5 requireds at the start. She doesn't have a problem making that dive. You know, it's all there.
Just a smidge over. But again, it's split seconds, right? How many seconds in the air from 10 metre? I know we've calculated it.
I think it's
before.
Look, Tom Daly's documentary is coming out, and it's called 1.6 seconds.
There you go. So there's our answer.
I think that is how long it takes.
Because it's 2.6 seconds for our cliff diving stuff. So
that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, we've got to watch that.
I know. I think it comes out June 1st. Little plug.
Oh, really?
When is that? That's tomorrow.
June 1st.
But in the UK. Time zones, I'm not all over that.
What's it coming out on? What platform?
Don't know. I'll get back to you.
Come on. Look it up on your phone now.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get a cut from Tom if we promote him. Not. Oof.
That was much better than her semi-final.
Just holding on to the right moment as well. And just kicking up. Last time it was a little short from memory.
It was a bit short, yep. Yeah, much better. Tuck shape was quite nice as well.
I'm pretty curious about this documentary with Tom Daly. I mean, I remember when I was growing up, I read Greg Louganis' book, and it was just absolutely fascinating. Not only just to hear about his successes, but just how utterly difficult some of his challenges were, and what he had to go through to how he had to persevere to get those medals, and his personal struggles as well.
Yeah. We all have them, but we know Tom has also been through some of those challenges. So, yeah, super keen to watch that. Again, Phoebe James is just consistent, isn't she?
Mm-hmm. Very talented. Good elevation, good extension. And also noticing just like the finer details such as the tuck as well. I mean, it's quite common you see that little flattening of the feet in the tuck. Not there at all.
Yeah, great vertical jump. Just saying she didn't quite get her hands on the water. A little bit splashy.
Yeah, I hate that feeling, isn't it? You don't quite get that lockout.
Yeah.
Ooh. Very nice, very smooth.
Yep.
Smooth diving.
Up and down. A little bit underneath on the swim, so you can just see it's just ruined her line going through the water a little bit. Just make sure you're squeezing those ears a little bit longer.
Speaking of Tom Daly, I was part of FINA on the committee at the time, but yeah, I watched the men's 10-metre final in London, and it was, wow.
Phenomenal, yeah.
What an experience.
What an atmosphere that would have been.
I mean, it was very interesting competition. Obviously, there was a lot of lights flashing as well, and then Tom having a redive. We had David Beckham actually sitting right next to us. We sat there watching the comp and go, David Beckham, oh my God.
Oh my gosh, I need an autograph. Charlie moving on to her harder optionals. Solid.
Nice sound. The wrists, the hands are flat on the water to make that sound.
Yep. Just need a little bit more hips up at the start. It's just slightly short on the bottom, but she definitely got her hands on it. So I don't think that will hurt her too much in the scores.
Yep, very strong indeed.
Yep.
And how are you running with your program at the moment? Are you obviously still doing the typical kind of thing, heavy strength sessions on a Saturday to let them recover? And
yeah, usually once or twice a week in the gym. You know, that strength and even that dryland conditioning, that diving conditioning is really important, even from a young age. But yeah, you know, the core is super important to be tight. That was great from Ruby.
Wasn't indeed.
Great.
The thing that's good to see, I think, also as well, is just that, like we were talking about earlier, the confidence with the aerial awareness and the confidence in the way that they're all kicking out. Very consistent across all states as well.
Yeah.
I would say everyone's got, right, I know where this is, kicking sharp.
Yeah.
Obviously, Hoel, for example, spends a lot of time in the spotting wheel.
Yes, he loves that spinning wheel. Even with the cliff divers, you know, he works really closely with Ree as well, and I always see her in the spinning wheel. But yeah, you know, that confident kick out is just really impressive for the judges, and they love to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's having a great comp this round. So
yeah, she's a lot more like, right, I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
I'm going to come home, finish strong, put the setbacks behind her.
Yeah.
And march on forward.
Yeah. Yeah, picked up quite nicely in the middle. I thought it was going to drop a little bit slow, but she really worked that tuck shape in the middle, and she's managed to drop that in quite nicely.
She's definitely got that fighting spirit. You can really see that she's like, no, I'm going to wait.
Deep breath.
Yeah. Wait to the right moment. And round 4 now for the B finals. Okay, a little unfortunate, no doubt, but that's just the way things go.
again, that takeoff is really strong. She just needs to keep that head still and just be a little bit more confident on the reaction time when coming out of it. But again, with practice, that will definitely come.
So many athletes actually coming out of the end Swiss program. Sometimes you see some of these junior elite events, you're like, whoa.
I know. It's a sea
Where
of blue.
you all come from?
You know, Chava has a lot of experience coaching, you know, platform success, and you can see that continue to come through. So, yeah, it's really exciting to watch. Oh, she's got to be happy with that. The coaches love that one too. Little cheer from the sidelines. Yeah.
But I dare say, I'm going to use this word, classy. That is a classy takeoff.
Yeah.
I mean, no cheating with the knees and the pike whatsoever, right? Normally you see that little bit of...
Yeah. And she got those elbows locked out on the end, which she was a bit disappointed with her last dive. She didn't quite get there, but she was not leaving anything in the tank on that one. Definitely got her hands on it. Ainsley forward 3.5 somersaults in the pike position. It's interesting to see the nuances between people's platform approaches.
Yes, she knows how to get through the water. But it's true, isn't it? Yeah, when I did the old classic sort of cross your arms over the front thing, sort of come through wide. And some, I think sort of like Tom Daly, for example, had that kind of arms out to the side and then leaves the arms up pretty high, getting the arms up above the head quite early.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be similar with cliff diving, you know, getting that position before you've hit your last step, you know, is really important to make sure that you're getting that really early connection into the somersault. So she's done it really well.
Remember Hoyle always talking about those front running takeoffs, just making sure you feel like your feet coming in front of you a little bit, just so you're not getting into that overly kind of forward position, let's call it, off the platform.
Yep.
Very nice and tall. Charlie Petrov pressing into the handstand.
Solid.
Yeah, definitely finding a groove again.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's just day by day for Charlie at the moment, and she is just doing the right things. She's super powerful. Like, she hasn't really lost a lot of her strength. Like, it's all still there. It's just, you know, those finishing touches on the dives that she just now needs to find.
Yeah, it's tough on the back diving, isn't it? I mean, so much sort of torque on the body. I know that Cass would struggle sometimes when he was doing his back 3.5 pike, and he would have to back off. Just that come out of the back 3.5 pikes. Very, very, very strenuous on the body. Did Charlie come from gymnastics background as well?
I believe so, yeah. Much better, Ruby.
Good diving, Ruby.
She's found her groove again, I think, Ruby, coming into this B final.
Yeah, and this was the idea, to try to get everyone used to the competition. So what are we at, 7:35 p.m.? But it's a long day. I mean, sometimes I feel like the nerves make you more tired than anything. You know what I mean? Just that feeling of constantly being on edge a little bit, and that's taxing on the body and the mind.
Yeah. But, you know, even competing this late at night, the lighting's a little bit different, and I think it's important that they get used to that. You know, we have to turn on the big bright lights, and, you know, that can change the way you see the water or your spotting. So, you know, it's important that they can experience it.
Sophie.
She's on fire.
She is. I mean, very confident, going after the dive, attacking the takeoff, attacking the come out.
Yeah, that's redemption for Soph, I think. She'll probably come back over to our desk in a second and be like, you see, I did it.
Actually, I'd love to get her in the commentary booth as well.
Yeah.
I think she'd be a hoot.
She did say, she's like, make sure you say nice things about me.
Yeah, we will.
We will. We did. You did great. fifth and final round. Get the hands in the right place.
Smidge over, but yeah, it's been a little bit of a tricky competition for him.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Armstand dives are always hard. All dives are always difficult.
It's all experience. I mean, Chloe will have junior elites later in the year, and she, is still a junior. So this is really just getting another competition under her belt in Sydney, in a home pool. I mean, why not? So the handstand was actually beautiful. The control at the top was really good, and yeah, just needs to find a few adjustments on the bottom.
And you're right, it's just, she's still a junior, right? There's so much learning to do. This is all part of the learning experience. Yep, that's looking good. Take it up.
Take it up.
But yeah, you do need to get used to those dives, especially if you're doing back 2.5, 1.5, making sure you're doing those dives on 3-metre springboard, double bouncing, and just getting the feel from the low heights.
Yeah, the skill chain's important. So, trusting that her coaches are doing those, and it's probably ready to go pretty soon, I would imagine. But take it step by step, and that score's not going to hurt her at all. So, really good job from Phoebe.
Is that something that you found difficult, sort of knowing when to say, right, it's ready to move on? Sometimes it can be a bit tricky, right?
Yeah, that's probably the one thing I found. Moving into coaching, as an athlete, you can kind of feel when it feels ready, but as a coach, and that's why it's important to have other people on pool deck with you. You can bounce off ideas, but it's trusting the biomechanics at the end of the day. And you trust what you see, and trust the physics behind it, and make sure that you've got those reps under your belt.
Yeah, make the athlete feel like, hey, you can do this. You're ready for this.
Absolutely. Yep. And nerves are always going to exist. That is just part of the sport, but that doesn't mean that they're not ready. So I think navigating that as a coach has been interesting, but it's just really having open communication with the athlete as well.
You made a really good point about sort of brainstorming and going back and forth with other coaches as well. I think that's a really important thing to do, because sometimes, you might be like, what do you think? Like, what am I missing? Because we're not all perfect, so sometimes it's nice to have that other perspective.
And they could say the exact same thing in just a different way, and it just clicks for someone, and that is totally okay. And we have world-class coaches, on our doorstep. So, have been super helpful.
Charlie Petrov putting in a nice back 2.5, 1.5. Getting after the dive, really clean, really solid, really consistent.
Yeah.
Well done, Charlie. You've got to be proud of yourself. Doing it right.
Yeah, you're
no
following
doubt the
steps.
will come back.
Yeah. Can't wait to see what she brings next time. And, I know Harriet will continue to work really closely with her, and, they both look happy. Yeah, it's a big achievement coming back from stuff like that.
It's a big journey, right? Big journey for the coach and for the athlete.
Absolutely.
A lot of communication to get it right. Here we go, Ruby. Oh, how's that?
That is beautiful.
See, bring back the required dives.
Bring it back.
You can't tell me that's not amazing to look at.
Look, when it's done right, it's beautiful, isn't it?
The fundamentals. Grace, elegance. The jump. Look at it. Touch the twinkle toes. Nice slide. Holding strong through the water.
Beautiful.
Exquisite.
Chef's kiss. Stunning.
I like it.
Yeah, good one to finish on, Rubes.
We have a little handbook of all different sayings, don't we? Look in this circumstance, I'll say this.
All of our Australian slang.
Yeah. Andy Banks has got some funny ones, hasn't he? Yeah.
5 solid dives.
Yeah, she really came back strong. It's just a shame about that balk earlier on, and I dare say she would have made that through into the A final.
A little double thumbs up there from Soph. Loving it. Oh, feeling the love.
Oh, I like it. But I like the reset, right? Do you know what? let's do this.
Yeah.
Okay, it didn't quite go to plan in the other rounds, but this time, no, I'm going to change my mindset and get back in the rhythm of things.
Yeah.
So,
and she...
wait for some scores there. We've got the cheat scores off the screen.
We do. We won't spoil it.
Should we spoil it or do we wait?
No, you did that last time.
Come on, fellas. Get the scores up. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Okay, congratulations to Sophia Knight. So, yeah, clearly winning that B final.
I reckon that was your little pep talk beforehand, Joey.
Yeah. You can do it. No, I think she had her own pep talk in her own head. So
yeah, really great job from Sophie. You got Ruby in second. Yeah.
So well done, congratulations, Sophie. So look, I think we might just take a short little break, and we'll be back underway with the A finals ever so shortly. It won't be much of a break, so just stay with us. We're back shortly. Okay, see you in 5.
competitors, the women's platform, A final. Diver number 1, representing New South Wales, Lauren Flint. Diver number 2, representing New South Wales, Hannah Smith. Diver number 3, representing Victoria, Laura Hingston.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Of course, it's time for the women's 10-metre final this time. So I think this will be a very exciting competition.
Yes, things could get interesting really quick.
Yeah, very tight points between Millie Puckeridge and Ellie Cole. I believe, I don't have the scores in front of me right now, but Maggie Gray about 15 points behind or
Yeah,
so.
Maggie about 15 points, but I think less than a point between Ellie and Millie in the end.
It's basically, just under a point. So this is going to be an interesting competition.
Yeah.
Of course, the goal is to make your way to Singapore to the World Championships.
Yes.
So Lauren Flint kicking things off, so going in reverse order, lowest score going first, highest score going last. And as we just mentioned, that very tight point spread between Millie Puckeridge and Ellie Cole. So it's the Team New South Wales going to head-to-head.
Yep.
And then the youngster, Maggie Gray, 14 years of age, just behind those two.
Yeah, I wonder if they're feeling the pressure, you know. You got a young gun hot on your heels.
Well, that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's nicer being the underdog coming into a competition like this.
Oh,
in
absolutely,
some regards.
yeah.
It's like, okay, a little bit of pressure off, just going to do my best.
It's an ideal place to be, right?
But yeah, it's a different mindset, isn't it, going through that preliminary phase. Okay, just got to make it through the next one. So, you know, semis, okay, just got to make it to the finals. And then once you get to the finals, it's like, okay, it's finals.
Yep, this is
Let's
it.
do this. Yeah, let's get the show on the road.
Yep.
But again, I reiterate the very talented field, 10-metre divers that we have here today. Coming on 8:15 p.m. in the evening. And as we talked about that in the semi-finals, definitely tiring.
Yeah, this is past my bedtime, Joey. Let me tell you that much.
Well, of course, I mean, you're probably your time zone of getting up early in the morning to coach. I mean, what time do you get up to coach in the morning?
It's usually about 4:50 in the morning.
Oof.
Get to the office just before 6.
Yep.
Make sure everything's printed, ready to go. So yes, definitely my bedtime.
Betty by?
Yeah, Betty by.
8:30, a little bit of
Yeah,
Netflix
look, ideally, yes.
Yeah.
But, you know, the athletes are probably feeling it as well. It's a long day, but like we were saying before, it's definitely important that they get their experience here. And, you know, if they have the opportunity to go to World Championships, they will also be competing late at night. So,
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. And definitely very hot, humid conditions in Singapore as well. So hopefully the pool is nice and air conditioned.
Got some of those fans in the stands.
There we go. That's very cute. Alex Newton, our CEO. Someone waving underneath with the heads cut off. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, I don't know who that was.
Everyone in anticipation or ready for the event to start. You know, it's important that these athletes, they can take their time, even if there's less divers in the event. You know, you may see it slow down a little bit just because there's less time between the divers. Maybe not too much. In the men's platform, you know, there wasn't many of them, and they still took their time. You know, did their routine, did what they needed to do before their dive. So we may see a bit of that, but these girls seem to get on with it. So I think once we get started, the ball will roll.
Yeah, exactly. And it's amazing how different it is as well, diving in different pools and just how the lighting is and just how it feels to, you know, to get the spotting right and all the different visuals.
Yeah, even like some of the surfaces of the platforms as well. You know, in South Australia where we are, we have those flat tiles.
Yes.
Every other pool in Australia, or most of them have, you know, that hard black surface. So
it's a bit more rubbery, a bit more grippy.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, you know, even things like that, your environment, it can affect. So just, you know, exposing yourself to all of those different elements and changing up a bit is important.
But I remember watching the Olympics in 2012 and there's obviously all the flashes going off and then Tom Daly having to do a redive, and that was That was an interesting scenario, particularly with all the lights going off. We also saw that with I think it was Romel Pacheco as well in Rio as well, lights sort of switching off. So sometimes you can get thrown a little curveball. But again, as we talked about in the semis, running through those different scenarios. Or what's going to happen? What are you going to do? Like right now, let's say there's delay in the competition.
Yep.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, what's your reset strategy?
Exactly.
Lauren kicking us off. Great start.
Yeah. Again, putting your best foot forward, a dive that you feel comfortable with. And speaking of the mindset, I think Andy Banks always has these amazing analogies about, for example, the mindset of coming into competition, the different planets, the different states.
Yes.
In the morning, you're in a slightly kind of chill but semi-alert. You get to the pool, you get into that semi-alert, phase.
Yep.
And then right before you dive, you've got to get into that hyper-focused state.
Yep.
I mean, sorry to use Tom Daly as an example again, but if you watch him between the dives or before his dives, he just looked, particularly the last Olympics, absolutely laser-focused.
Yeah. In the zone.
And then you obviously need to pull yourself out of that zone because it's obviously too intense to be in that.
Yeah, all the time. If you're operating at that level all the time, it's tiring and exhausting. Mm-hmm. Hannah also with a front 3.5, following on from Lauren.
And Lauren took a bronze medal in the International Youth Competition in Dresden 2023. So she's had a success on the international stage as well.
Again, really strong start for Hannah. Just got to find the water a little bit earlier on the out. Those adrenaline nerves we can see coming into finals. Just got to make sure they're at bay.
But I love it though. It's definitely a buzz in the air. It's
absolutely.
Definitely totally different. It's definitely stepped up a notch.
It's a really strong final. So, they're probably feeling that as well. But, Hannah's improved significantly over the last couple of years, and she's looking really strong.
Laura Hingston, placed 6th in the World Cup in Mexico this year.
Yeah, great performance.
And that's a
in
tough
Mexico.
field of divers.
Absolutely. They were accumulating points for the super final, and, she had a really strong performance.
Yeah, definitely better than the previous 2 rounds of prelims in the semis.
Yep. I don't think she was too happy with that dive in semis, so obviously wanted to make an improvement on that, which I think she has. Just finishing a little bit low to the water. You can see she's just struggling to get fully out of that pike shape, but much, much better.
And as I mentioned in the previous round, but definitely one of those dives that can be a struggle for some to really generate enough rotation, get that extension through the legs. Not a short diver, I would say. Not fairly tall as well.
Yeah,
definitely got to work extra hard.
Yep.
Maggie Gray, into enough pike. Oh
my goodness!
Talk about putting some pressure on the big guns.
She's here, people.
Maggie Gray, the disappearing act. Not a drop in the teacup with that one.
That was absolutely beautiful.
Exquisite pike, right? No daylight between the legs and the body.
Disappeared.
Punching through the water. I mean, what a way to set the confidence level. First dive, first cat off the rank for her.
She's definitely putting the pressure on, that's for sure. Millie Puckridge. Beautiful. Again, so athletic.
And I dare say with more fine-tuning with the come-out, we've already said it, there's no lack in power. We've already got the takeoff, and that fine-tuning, as it comes into play, will be formidable on the international stage.
I saw in Achava, he's been working on Millie's entries recently because, obviously, like you said, her power's there, her aerial skills are there, and, they've definitely improved. Like, they are levels better, and, and there's more in the tank, and that's something that's really exciting.
And the entries can be tricky for some. Some people it comes naturally, but it does take a little bit more work to dial it in. Ellie Cole.
Yeah, that comes pretty naturally for her, I think.
Yeah, she's always had a good natural whip, hasn't she? It's funny, you always see those people, they just start learning their entries. They just have that nice flat hand, elbows lock out, pulling through the water nicely. Man, that takeoff, right, really tall at the beginning. Again, textbook stuff.
Yeah.
If you're a diver out there, a young diver up and coming, and you want to learn about takeoffs, use Millie and Ellie Cole there as an example.
Yeah. First round done. Lauren getting her last little coaching cue.
Lauren, silver medal in the FINA Grand Prix 2019.
It's a few years ago now.
But you know she's capable of great things.
Yes.
International medals.
4:07. In with 3.5 in the tuck position. Again, one of the higher DD dives of this competition for the girls. Yeah, that takeoff was looking much better. You could kind of tell as soon as she took off that was finishing much higher already than what she was doing previously.
Have you found some of the pools a little harder to spot the water in some places than others, or?
I mean, it depends. It depends on the lighting, you know, or if you're outdoors, you know, you would know the cliff diving. The water looks like the sky. It's all blue.
Or particularly outdoors, we had a lot of challenges with like sun glare. So sometimes if the sun's kind of getting towards the afternoon, you get this big reflective glare off the top.
Yeah. Solid from Lauren.
Hannah Smith in with 3.5 tuck as well.
The jump is good. The jump is there.
A great alignment setting the platform, and that's something that's so important, isn't it? Just making sure you always start the position right with that beautiful line. Look at the line from the fingertips right through the body. Everything utterly in line, setting up for a good takeoff. Smith short.
Yeah, a little bit short. Last year she was doing the inward 2.5 pike in Dresden when we went away, and she was working on that inward 3.5. So, you know, it's still quite new for her, that dive. So I think with some time and some few more repetitions, that will come along nicely.
It's just getting that takeoff consistent as well. And once that takeoff starts to settle into its groove and that similar amount of height and rotation, then you can really start to get your come out right.
Laura, one of her specialties.
She loves this dive, right?
She does. You can see why.
Super elegant.
Yeah.
Right? Looks like ballet. Looks like diving.
Graceful. Pike position's beautiful. Toes are pointed.
But look at the wind up here. And definitely that nice arm movement in terms of take off that circle coming back through, scooping up the legs.
Maggie Gray, 107B.
Maggie with front 3.5. Pike coming up. One of her newer dives. She learnt this not too long ago. It's her first time competing at this Nationals, a full 10-metre list, which is, you know, it's huge.
Oh.
Yeah, she's
Here comes
on.
the young generation, huh?
Crikey.
I mean, I'll be honest, I was a little bit like, maybe lacking a little bit of speed.
I thought it slowed down a little bit. I think I saw the same thing. Little bit there. You can see a little crimp. I think she felt it, but she reacted quick enough to hold on and squeeze into the end.
Yeah, she definitely fought to the end of it. But yeah, there was just that little split second. I thought, maybe this might come up a bit short.
Look, she did the right thing in the air for sure.
Instinctive air awareness. Millie Puckeridge. So back arm stand, double 1.5 twists. Things are shaping up, looking interesting.
Yeah. I think this was a final that, like we said before, things can change very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Again, she's still a very impressive diver. Just dropping slightly short. I think the kips are just a little bit straight down underneath the platform. You just want to get that nice parabola coming off
Yeah,
the
a little bit more
board.
than up and over. Yeah, you're right.
It's just keeping a bit late and down. So just running out of room a little bit on the bottom.
It's pretty crazy how that's usually only 1 point difference between Ellie Cole across those two competitions, the prelims and the semis. Ellie Cole in with 3.5. Okay, good diving. Maintaining composure, but obviously we're seeing better, and that's being insanely picky. Obviously, these are massive dives that they're performing.
She's shown the pike out again, which is really beautiful, really impressive. Maybe slightly early. She's reached for the water a little bit early as well. She just needed to wait in those arms nice and wide, work those hips around a little bit longer. But again, it happens so fast.
Yes. It's staying pretty consistent. Got some 7s in there. But again, reiterating, all scores added together from the prelims, semis, and into the finals.
Yep. This
is a true test of consistency. So, Ellie Cole, 779. Maggie Gray, 776. How about that?
Yeah, she's hot on Ellie's heels.
So that's, wow, we're at 3 points there. And then, yep, okay. Very interesting. We just talked about that at the beginning of the show.
I'm trying to remain calm. .207 maybe?
Yeah. That's one way to do it.
Take it up.
That's another somersault. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
So this is, again, invaluable experience.
Yeah.
These competitions, obviously just coming out a little bit late on that one. It doesn't need to be late by much.
No.
It's a split-second judgment.
She knows it wasn't her best.
But for anyone who isn't a diver or even a parent, I mean, let me tell you what it's like to be an athlete going through all of this. It's really, really difficult.
Yeah.
Mentally and physically.
Hannah reverse 2.5. She was also working on this dive last year when she was in Dresden. So I think it's been pretty consistent.
Little by, but that's okay.
I think she just took a little bit too long to get into that shape at the start, just slightly pulling with the shoulders. It just makes it really difficult to get into that nice and fast. Again, a newish dive for Hannah. Just missing the spot a little bit, feeding those feet through a little bit high. But if you don't quite get that timing at the start, it just happens so fast and you miss your spot, and then it's, just over-rotate a little bit.
We've all been there.
We've all been there.
Yep. We've got our flags. We've got our little stripes, I should say, our pilot stripes.
Yes. Laura also loves this dive.
Show us that lovely come out. Oh.
Sheesh.
Nice entry. Very, very nice entry.
Judges scores 8.5, 5, 9, 8.5, 6, 8.5.
And here we go. Big jump. Strong kick. Really held on to that entry. Squeezing tight. Some good scores there, but a mix. Okay, 5,
few discrepancies,
9, 8,
that's why we have a number of judges. They all get a different angle. So they obviously saw something that the other judges didn't, and,
smidge tight, yep.
Maybe smidge tight, yep.
Very, very interesting competition.
Yeah.
Some hits, some misses from everybody. I mean, not a huge miss. Looked like she had it, but maybe it looked like she just sort of collapsed and piked down on a bit early.
Chin to the chest a little bit on the bottom.
Let's have a look.
It was all
you
there.
Break it down.
Parabola was good. Checkout was good. Yeah, she just drops her chin a little bit on the end. You can see it on the slow motion replay. Just got to look over those toes as she comes around in that repike shape.
Mm-hmm. Get the eyes over the hands.
Get the eyes over the hands, yeah. That's it. Big dive for Millie.
And back 3.5 tuck. I think it was Paula Espinosa from Mexico who also did this dive. So you don't see this dive very often in the women's field.
Oh, yeah.
Get out of town.
Get out of town.
That's impressive. I mean, it's smidge short, but that's back 3.5 tucks, people.
That's being very picky.
Tacking the takeoff, getting that power, almost double somersault, level with the platform.
Yeah,
she even kicked out early, but they managed to pull it,
Yeah. I think she did the right thing on the end. It was a little bit of a double end come out instead of feet first, but again, that is super, super impressive.
Walk in the park.
That will definitely help her score.
Especially with the DD, right? That's really going to step things up. What a competition this is shaping up to be. It's game on. Here we go. A little bit of tit-for-tat going on. Break it down. Thoughts on the dive?
Yeah, Ellie has a great arm stand. Again, similar to what Maggie did, just looked a little bit at her belly button as she went through the water, but she definitely saved. She's got great hands, so I think she disguised it well.
Yeah,
judges
she did.
Judges went with her.
Pretty tidy. Lauren Flint, reverse 2.5 tuck. We're in round 4. Two more dives to go.
Reverse 2.5. Lauren has a really beautiful, confident kick on this dive, and let's hope she can replicate it. Confident, maybe slightly early.
But again, just a small miscalculation. Barely would even like to call it miscalculation, but just that split second early. But what is impressive across all of the women in this field is just the form, the come outs. There are so many details and so many improvements in the standard of diving, particularly over the last 5 years.
Yeah, the quality of this event, has just exploded in the last couple of years. And, credit to the girls.
And the coaching team.
And the coaches. Put in the work. Not too bad. Just slightly wobbly on the entry, but it's actually pretty vertical.
You see some very steady arm stands as well.
Yep.
Very few wobbles or balks. And that demonstrates that supreme strength and conditioning.
Yep.
What Jianing always said to me, he said, handstands every day.
Every day.
No matter what. You always got to do your handstands.
Yep.
Okay, next up we've got Laura Hingston. So in with 3.5.
Deep breath. Yeah, she's done a good job to put that on her head. It was slightly back at the start, but she worked it around really well.
And you can feel that, right? Sometimes when you take off, you're like, oh.
Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze.
Yeah, yep. Good line on the platform.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely had to hold on to the last minute.
Yep.
Just missing the grab at the end. You always get that little bit of a whack on the head if you don't get the grab on 10 metre.
Definitely want to put your hands first.
Maggie great. First 2.5 somersaults tuck.
Yeah, it's good.
We take off, didn't wait long on the platform, took off, beautiful kick. What do you think? Let's have a look at the replay.
think it's solid.
You can break it down and let's have a look maybe why it went over.
Takeoff's good. Just pulling slightly with her chest. Yeah, you can see that. So her feet have just sent up a little bit of water, but actually was pretty vertical.
I thought it was good. It was just that last little pull at the end. Just hold a little tighter. Still good. Consistent diving.
Yeah.
Good scores. 7 halves.
Millie inward 3.5 somersaults tucked. It's good. Super strong.
The common denominator I just keep seeing is she mostly goes over.
Yeah.
And we all know why.
Yeah.
Just got to get that little pike out a little earlier or off to the races.
Yeah, it's all there. She makes it look so easy. It's heating up in here. They are feeling it. You can feel the tension in the room.
Yeah, it's definitely a good vibe tonight. I like it. I like that competitive atmosphere. Ellie Cole up. First 2.5 tuck. Oh, get out of town.
She said, move over.
Wow. What a dive by Ellie Cole.
Beautiful.
Keeping the pressure on, just looking so cool and calm after the dive.
Yeah.
No reaction. She's like, yep, I know how to do this.
That's composure, isn't it? That is, she knows what she needs to do.
Whew, that's a good feeling, getting that.
Yeah.
One more to go. One more to go, Ellie.
Yeah. Final round. I'm on the edge of my seat. I need to sit back. Oh, my
goodness.
goodness.
Too much coffee.
But I didn't. I didn't even have a coffee.
Okay, back 2.5, 1.5. Going through those visualizations, those last split-second block throughs before the dive.
Yep.
To set the mind in focus. Into routine, trying to think about what you just need to do, not what will happen.
Solid.
Good job, Lauren. Congratulations.
Yes.
For
Great
making
final.
Into the A finals. That's a final dive. Thank you for your time at the competition.
60 points. Just needed to lock out and hold, then it was all there.
Almost there, you're right.
Good stuff, Lauren. Hannah Smith with the same dive, 5253B.
Yeah. Obviously a little bit short.
Yep.
I mean, it looked like she had the power, right, but just didn't quite get enough of that rotation sort of turning from the start.
The jump was there. It just looked like her arms were slightly late on the block, so she just didn't quite get that layout at the start.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
And doesn't get that chance for the feet to kind of pick up a little bit. But that's what I was saying. I find that take off the back twisters, particularly those type of divers, are really difficult to get right.
Yeah.
Moving on to Laura Hingston. Deciding to finish off with an arm stand. Armstand back double 1.5 twist. Very common dive, but still a difficult dive.
Yeah, 3.2. Such a beautiful handstand. Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
What a way to finish the competition for Laura Hingston.
Yeah, good job, Laura.
Drilling the entry. I noticed in the handstand she's definitely got that sort of hyper-extended elbows there, which we all know in the diving world. Great for entries. I couldn't rip head first. That's why I went feet first. I gave up. But
yeah, she's done a good job with that.
Good job, Laura.
Great finish.
Yeah, that's...
May not be the result she was after, but...
No, but good scores there. Look, 3-8.
It's nice to finish on
job.
a good one. Here we go. Our final three.
Definitely looking interesting.
Things are getting interesting.
The youngster, Maggie Gray, 14 years of age. Blazing things up. Back 2.5, 1.5. What do you think?
Again, that was probably one of her better ones. She didn't quite tuck the chin in as much, so she saved it on the end. She needed a little bit more power out of the platform just to finish it a little bit higher, but she's had a great, great competition.
Millie Puckridge, her final dive. Same dive. Nice.
Yep.
I mean, I think takeoff, right?
Yep, takeoff is
there.
Good.
One of the few times she went short.
I know. Probably the first time she went short.
But tell me what your thoughts are. What do you like?
Yeah, she finishes the twist way above the 10 metre. Just needed to hold that shape in a little bit tighter.
Okay, final dive of the competition.
Oh, beautiful finish from Ellie.
Great job. Very consistent across all the prelims and semis. What a competition. That was really a thrilling event and a fine display of Australia's best divers.
The unofficial results will be displayed very shortly.
But we won't ruin it for everybody.
We won't.
Man, Lily, that was cool.
That was an epic final.
Fantastic. Fantastic diving.
That's the event list from the men's 3-metre final and the women's platform final. Please report to the marshalling area. Thank you.
Okay, we're just on standby to put the results up on the screen when we have the official results confirmed by the referees and the judges.
All right, keep it. The anticipation is killing me. Oh, my goodness.
Right, dudes, throw it up. Come on.
Come on. Here we go.
3, 2, 1. There we go. Congratulations, Ellie Cole, the winner here. Second place, Maggie Gray.
You know, we have equal second.
Then Millie Puckridge. Okay, let's just put it this way. Yeah, exactly the same.
Same score.
That is totally wild because that's 3 competitions and you've ended up with a tie.
Yeah, that does
sometimes you can
not
see a
happen
tie
very
like,
often.
yeah, that's wild. What happens there with the selection policy?
Look, I'm going to leave that up to the experts, but I've had a great time commentating. But
likewise.
honestly, those 3, 1, 2, 3, were phenomenal the whole way in. Composure, grace, they held their nerves. But yeah, I'm not sure what happens.
Yeah, a few times, you kind of heart in your throat there a little bit because, like some hits, some misses, some hits and misses, and you just left on your seat thinking, wow, how's this story going to unfold? But that's the beautiful part about competitions. That was absolutely thrilling.
That was epic.
Yeah, congratulations to those 3 ladies who will stand on the podium.
And Ellie, obviously a standout the whole way through, She's really held her nerve coming off the back of an Olympics.
Yep.
She had all of those emotions she had to navigate coming back from Paris. And, this is going to be a really good confidence boost for her.
Yeah, good reset. But I want to say congratulations to all of the women competing in the women's 10-metre platform events. You've done us proud. It's great to see the new generation definitely climbing up the ranks very fast.
Absolutely.
Some great techniques, some great coaching. And I dare say we'll just wrap things up. And, of course, we're back for the finals tomorrow. We've got some new co-commentators as well, so stay tuned for that. Just want to say thank you to Lily Foster for commentating with me. That was a lot of fun. Thanks for your insights.
Had a great time.
We really appreciate it.
The medals for this event are being presented by Madeline Barnett. Madeline represented Australia at the 1976 Montreal Olympics in 10-metre platform and 3-metre springboard. She has been a life member of Diving New South Wales since 1994 and is also a life member of Diving Australia. In third place, the bronze medalist, representing Victoria, Benjamin Wilson with a score of 1095.10. In second place, the silver medalist, representing Victoria, Hudson Skinner with a score of 1100.10. And in first place, the gold medalist in 2025 Australian Open men's 3-metre champion, representing Queensland, Cassiel Rousseau with a score of 1,222.90 points. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the women's platform final. The medals for this event are again being presented by Madeline Barnett, who represented Australia at the 1976 Montreal Olympics in the 10-metre platform and 3-metre springboard. In second place, the silver medalists, representing Queensland, Maggie Gray, and representing New South Wales, Millie Puckridge, with a score of 951.90. And in first place, the gold medalist in 2025 Australian Open Women's Platform Champion, representing New South Wales, Ellie Cole with a score of 988 points even. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's events. Thank you very much for your attendance. Have a safe journey home, and we'll see you all here bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you.